गुड मॉर्निंग कुश जी। कैसे हैं आप? हेलो मिस्टर कुश, कैन यू हेयर मी? हेलो। 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 हेलो मिस्टर कुश, कैन यू हेयर मी? हेलो। हेलो मिस्टर कुश। हेलो। 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 हेलो मिस्टर कुश, कैन यू हेयर मी? हेलो मिस्टर कुश, कैन यू हेयर मी? हेलो आरिफ साहब, सलाम अलैकुम। हेलो आरिफ साहब, सलाम अलैकुम। आरिफ साहब ऑडियो पे ज्वाइन। हेलो आरिफ साहब, ऑडियो करीब ज्वाइन। हेलो आरिफ साहब। हाँ, वालेकुम आरिफ साहब, तुम ऑडियो छुन ज्वाइन कोरमुत है, शुनु min ऑडियो ज्वाइन कोरमुत की। अहन ऑडियो करियो ज्वाइन ते अस करो अत पे टेस्ट तय सत कत करन ते पत त्राव बाकी पार्टिसिपेंट ते अंदर तुम प्रिंसिपल करन तुहंदी आईडी पे का तिमन क्या नाव तिम छना तिल में करन तमीज तिम छा नाव लेखान प्रॉपर किन तिमन छु फोनस बदल क्या नाव तारिक बशीर छी ये
Okay. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Esteemed principal sir, respected guest speaker for the occasion, and my dear colleagues. Assalamu alaikum, good morning, and a very warm welcome to all of you. Now, as you all be knowing that we are here together to understand the basic intricacies and methodology of GeM procurement. We are highly thankful to the higher authorities who have been supportive enough to provide us a level playing field in digital technologies, and they have kind of prompted us to go online to take the digital initiatives in our colleges, not only to effectively um, hold the teaching learning transactions, but also to make our administration more robust and transparent. Dear colleagues, this GeM refresh program on GeM is a step in the same direction, wherein GeM is a step in that direction, wherein we procure the common use goods and services following a transparent and easy method online, which kind of easifies the job of both the procuring and the auditing agencies later on in case there is a requirement for audit. Now, uh, dear colleagues, we let me inform you that this is going to be a refresher program. So you won't expect the primary stuff like how to register on GeM. We assume that you may have registered on the GeM. Now, this refresher program will just give an insight as to how do we procure things online by this GeM this platform. Now, you may also be knowing that the primary stuff on as to how to register on GeM, it has already been covered in the previous workshop, which was held by the Digital Initiatives Committee of Higher Education Department. And the link for that program is also available on YouTube. You can find that there. Now, this session is exclusively dedicated to the methodology and procurement of buying on GeM. So we may assume that you are already registered on GeM. Now, before I formally start the proceedings, I may like to give you an insight, a sketch of the program, how it will unfold. Now, we have a technical session to be moderated by Professor Faisal Maqbool of Islamic College, in which Mr. Kush Tyagi would deliberate deeply on the procurement methods on GeM. Mr. Kush Tyagi is an authority in GeM procurement. He is the business facilitator for North India, parts of North India, and he has a huge experience in GeM, and he's the business facilitator, as you already know, for North India. Now he will speak in a while. Now, at the last part of the session, we will have at the end of the session we will have a question answer session and interactive session, wherein the participants can ask their queries, whatever they think. They can ask their doubts about their doubts. But I suggest that we shall hold this question answer session in a more, I mean, हम ये करेंगे कि हम जो चैट बॉक्स होता है इसी में जूम में, तो हम उसी के थ्रू आंसर ये क्वेश्चंस करने की कोशिश करेंगे, एंड द मॉडरेटर विल रीड आउट टू द resource person, and then he will reply to them. Now there will also be certificates will be available for the participants. The link for the certificates will be also dropped in the chat box. Now, formally proceeding, I would like our principal sir to welcome a guest for the occasion. Principal sir, if he's available, he can unmute his audio and give a welcome note.
Arif Saab,
Yes, sir.
am I laudable?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Esteemed resource person, Mr. Kush Tyagi, and all other respected participants of today's session. I, on behalf of Government Degree College, Uttarsu extend my warm welcome to all of you in today's refresher program on GeM. As all of us know that purchasing through GeM is gaining momentum with every passing day, and we need to have more and more get ourselves acquainted and familiar with the system that is called GeM. We have been entering such programs and we have been attempting to have ourselves updated. Today's program we have organized it in collaboration with the GeM organization. I'm highly thankful to Mr. Kushtyagi, today's resource person, main resource person, who has very kindly consented to have this interactive session with all the participants of various colleges and other institutions. We look forward to have more interaction and with more sessions with Mr. Kushtyagi and other functionaries of GeM system. I won't take much of your time. I will just hand over to our moderator. Before that, I again welcome all of you on behalf of Government Degree College Uttarsu and look forward to have a very interactive session benefiting all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, may I please request Professor Faisal Mahmood take on the reins and moderate the technical session for us. Faisal, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. We are very happy that the Government Degree College Uttarsu is organizing such a program, and that too at such a juncture when most colleges have received funds from the government and there are strict guidelines for the colleges to have these procurements done only through GeM. We have with us joined Mr. Kushtagi. Kushtagi needs no introduction. Kushtagi is the business facilitator, the official training partners of GeM. He has been training on GeM portal from a very long time. Anytime we have any questions, Mr. Kush is the I think the best person who also trains and answers. He is available every time we call him, and I salute his professionalism and the way he conducts the meetings and the way he responds to our queries. And we are so glad to have him today with us. And before I hand over the platform to him, I would like to inform all the participants that if you have any questions during the workshop, you may kindly use the chat box. Please use the chat box uh, if you have any problems. So uh, the all the questions will be taken in the chat box. All the questions will be taken in the chat box. So, without any further delay, I hand over the platform to Mr. Kushtyagi to start the proceedings. Mr. Kush, the platform is all yours.
Uh, Thank you, Faisalji, and good morning, everybody. It was nice to have another session with the colleges of Jammu Kashmir, and particularly this college regarding. I've in the past some months I've seen that a lot of people have started working on the portal, which was earlier the case were not so. In the past few months, specifically the past the past year, I have seen that there's been a tremendous rise in the usage of GeM in Jammu Kashmir, and that's a very heartening thing to see. And anyways, this is a portal for the future. All the procurements will soon mostly be routed through this portal only when it comes to Government of India. And without further ado, I think we'll start with the session. Already opening statements have been given by the moderator and the principal sahab also. So, as you were told that this is a refreshers session, so I will straight away start by logging into the portal, and I've taken the one of your colleagues has been gracious enough to send their details with me to me, so that we can directly see what's going on the live portal, and this will help you to learn what the portal currently looks like and how to go about different buying options on the portal. So I will firstly log in with the user ID, and on the next page I have to give my government email ID's password. That is the one which has been made on gov.in or nic.in, any of the two, or there is something called gembuy.in. These are the three valid email IDs which are available on the portal. So if you don't have one of these, then you can ask the primary user of your uh, college or of your department. They will create a government email ID for you, because on GeM you have to have a government email ID, otherwise you cannot have an account on the portal. So I've inputted my user ID, then I have to give the password of my NIC email ID, NIC email ID. Excuse me. So now we have logged into the portal. Before I begin, I'll just give a very brief outlook of GeM, that there are four kinds of user: primary user and secondary user. Primary user is the head of the department, and secondary users are buyer, consignee, and payment officers. Buyer is the person who goes online and gives an order for buying on the portal. Consignee is the one who receives the equipment and then inspects it and then approves or disapproves the material which has come. And lastly, we have the buyer, the payment officer, which will update the payment details in the system. So these are the three roles. The account which we currently have is a buyer consignee account, and we'll begin with the buying option. So on GeM, there are you can say there are four procurement options. The first one is direct purchase, which is from 0 to 25,000 rupees. Till that amount, you can directly go on the portal and buy anything. It doesn't have to be necessarily the L1 or the lowest one in terms of price. And you can choose any which is suiting your specifications. Then there is an option of buying from 25,000 upward, that 25,000 upwards to 5 lakhs, wherein you have to compare three different brands or OEMs, original equipment manufacturers, whatever you want to call them. You have to compare them online, and the system will give you one L1, and that L1 can be directly given an order to. Above 5 lakhs, there are two options, which are reverse auction and bid. Bidding is very similar to a tendering process. You have to publish a bid, then people will participate in it. They will send their they will send their technical bids, which you will open and analyze, and after passing whoever is qualifying for it, you open the price bids, and whoever has bidded the lowest one will be the L1, and you can give them the order. A reverse auction is exactly as the name goes, it is reverse of an auction. In an auction, the highest bidder gets the whatever is on auction, and in reverse auction, the person who has bid the lowest will get that particular order. So these are the buying options. Bid and RA can be used below 5 lakhs also, but below 5 lakhs that is optional. Above 5 lakhs it is mandatory to use either of the two, or if you want you can use both of them together also. It depends on the buying organization. So now we'll start with the process. Firstly, this is the search box. There are a couple of ways to search for a product. The easiest one is wherein you see this search box and I will type whatever I want to buy. For example, printer is something I'm looking for. I'm looking for computer printers. And as soon as I type printer into the system will show me all the categories wherein printer is there. So you can see stencil printer, receipt printer, ferrule printer, uh, printer cartridges, but I wanted to go for computer printers. So I can directly click on computer printers and I will reach to that page. However, if I do not understand which is the category which I am looking for, I can simply click on this icon for a magnifying glass and system will show me all the categories wherein printer is there. On the left hand side you can see that. Now you can individually go to these categories, or I will open this category because it's a computer printer category and I wanted this only to be the one where I want to buy. That is one option. If you open all of them individually, and then you can see, like, this is the one which I had opened. You can have a look that this is the category or not. And once you have opened it, you can look at all the specifications of this particular category. So here you can see there is a cartridge technology which is available. There are three kinds of technologies which are available: composite, ink, and separate toner and drum. So on GeM, under computer printers, only these three cartridge technologies are available. If I talk about printing, then only inkjet and laser is available. Type of printing, only mono and color are available. So if as a buyer I wanted to buy anything out of these three, let us say printing technology, I wanted to buy 3D printers, just an example. So herein you can see that that is not available in this particular category. So you cannot buy it on GeM under computer printer because it's not available. It could be there in the market. So for that, we will have to request GeM to add that particular specification or add that particular product. Now, the other way of looking for products is that you click on categories and click on browse all categories. When you click on this, system will take you to all the categories which are available within the system. There is another search category option here, and you can type in printer here also and click on search. System will again show you all the items which are related with the word printer, and you can decide or look for the specifications of that particular product here also. For example, I wanted to buy computer printers, and these are all the research results which have come. So I'm confused between computer printer and, let us say, a barcode printer. So I can compare the specifications which are available, and this will also tell me that what exactly is available in this particular category. And after making up my mind, I can click on the product category which I find suitable. In this case, computer printers. And when I click on it, system will take me directly to that page. Now, when I am on the search result page, initially system will show me all the search results which are available on the portal. What I have to do is I have to segregate these search results basis my product or the specifications which I want to buy. The first thing which I'll have to do is I'll have to select my consignee location. I'll pick one of them and the quantity. Before that, I'll show you, if you can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 43 pages available, and there are 12 search results on each page. So right now the system is showing all the products which are available in the computer printer section. Now I segregate them in 1, delivery location, and 2, quantity. And I click on search. So now what will happen is system will only show me those products which are being delivered at my location, and which those vendors who are ready to take the order quantity of 1 also. So here you can see that the pages have been reduced to 28. That is, the rest of the 15 have pages are not shown to me because they are not meeting my search criteria, and my search criteria currently is only location and quantity. Now there are other filters too which we can use, and this first example is only of direct purchase, which is still 25,000 rupees. So we'll use only the appropriate filters which are used in this particular category. And firstly, we have the administrative filters, which you can see. Make in India filter. If you select this, then only vendors which are registered under Make in India will be available in the search results. Then next is the MSE filter, that is micro small enterprises. If you select all, then all MSE vendors will be shown to you. If you select the other option, SCST, then only SCST vendors which are registered under MSE on the GeM portal will be shown to you. Next is the filter of startups. If you select this, then only vendors which are registered under Startup India under computer printer category will be shown. So basically the usage of these filters is to segregate your search results according to your procurement needs. So these filters might or might not be used by the buyer at the time of placing the order. They are not mandatory to use, and they can be used as per the needs of the buyer. Now next 3 are little important. I consider them more important, especially for a place like Jammu and Kashmir, because local procurement is also very important, and sometimes due to snowfall and other conditions, outside products are not easily available, or they may take some more time to be delivered. So we have given an option wherein you can choose the vendors from a specific area, like a district or multiple districts, or one state or multiple states. So for example, if I type in Jammu here, system will give me 2 options, that Jammu as a district or Jammu and Kashmir as a state. So if I select Jammu as a district, then only vendors which are registered in Jammu will be shown to me. That is, their registered addresses in Jammu. And as you can see, the number of search pages have gone down by 16. So these 12 search results which are here in the system basically mean that all of these products, they can be from uh, different vendors, are registered in Jammu. So this will ensure that the product gets delivered in time and it goes to a local vendor only, because it is within the district of Jammu. Similarly, if I use Jammu and Kashmir, then all the vendors who are registered in Jammu Kashmir will be shown here, and I can use up to 5 states or 5 districts in this search criteria. So I can use Jammu, Udhampur, Srinagar, and whichever other districts which I feel like, I can select them if I want. Next, and when whatever filters I'm stating here, they will be on the top. As you can see, I've used Jammu district in seller registered address. If I want to remove it, I can remove it from here. Next is the seller rating option. Herein you can segregate the sellers on the basis of the rating given to them. And rating is a concept which GeM has devised so that vendors who are uh, performing good on the platform, they will be able to get more orders. And this rating is given by other government departments who have bought products from them earlier in the past, and they would give these ratings to those vendors. Herein you can segregate the search results basis rating from 4 upwards, and if I select that, let us say if I select 4.4, then only vendors which have a rating of more than 4.4 will be available. You can see the search results have come down to only 5 pages. Next, and the last administrative filter is lead time dispatch. Herein, this filter segregates the search results on the basis of the dispatch time which is required by the vendor after you have given them the order. And the least time you can enter is 3 days. That is, the vendor who's ready to ship the material within 3 days after you have given the order. So if I click on 3 and apply this filter, so from 28, which is currently, it comes down to 4. So only 48 search results which are abiding by this criteria. And when you combine them with other search results, let us say I want person who's delivering in 3 days, and he or she should be registered in Jammu. So you can see now only 6 results are there which match our criteria. So as and when we keep on adding more and more filters, the number of search results keep on shrinking. So these were the administrative filters. Then after that comes the financial filter. Herein, if you want, you can update the turnover of the vendor, and whatever amount you have updated, the search results will have a turnover of more than that amount. For example, if I enter, let us say 100 CR into this, just to check, then only those vendors which will have a turnover of more than 100 CR will be here. And this turnover is authentic because GeM is integrated with income tax department, and it is a real-time integration. Whenever a vendor comes, they have to give the details of their income tax return, and they cannot fake it because the system checks it with the income tax department server also. So this data is completely authentic, and if required, you can use this filter. But since we are making a very small purchase of 25,000, I don't think so that financial filter is really required. The next filter which is available is the make and model selection filter. This is for a type of buying called PAC buying, or proprietary article certificate buying, wherein you can choose the make of a particular product, or if you want, you can choose a particular model of that make also. It depends on the buyer. How do they want to go about it? You can mention only one particular brand. For that, you have to click on PAC here on the top. In administrative filters, you have to select PAC as the mode of as the intent of buying, and then you go to make and model selection. You click on brand, and out of the brands available, you can select any one. So when the brand drop down opens, like as you can see, there's Brother, Canon, Epson, GMP, HP, etc. So I select any one brand, then system will show me only products of that particular brand. Since I've selected Canon, now you'll see that only Canon products are visible. And then from the next filter, I can also select the particular model which I want to buy. So Canon A3, Canon LP, Canon GM 2070. I select any one and system will show me only that product. But kindly keep in mind that whenever going for PAC buying, you have to take approval from your competent authority at the time of placing the order. In fact, that approval has to be applied for every kind of buying whichever you are doing in the system, be it through a bid, be it through an RA for direct purchasing or L1 purchasing, any mode of procurement which you are going about, you will have to scan the approval sanction from your competent authority and convert it into a PDF and upload it on the system at the time of placing the order. Now I remove these filters again, and instead of PAC in buying, I will go ahead with the normal procedure. If you want to read more about PAC as a procurement method, or then you can go and read rule number 166 in the GFR, or the General Financial Rules. That rule covers PAC buying only. So you will have a better idea how to go about PAC buying. Lastly, we come to product specifications. So this is where you have to select the products which are product which is available, and you can segregate them basis the specification which you require. Now, firstly, the filter is of printing technology. I can select any inkjet or laser. I'll go with laser. Next filter is of cartridge technology. I'll choose a composite cartridge. Then I can go to duplexing feature. I'll select yes. So you can see that the price of the current L1, the first product which the system shows is the current L1, as you can see here. And basis the inputs or the filters we are giving to the system, the price of the L1 also keeps on changing. I'll use another filter, let us say wireless connectivity. I click on yes, and the L1 price again changes. So these were the four filters or the four specifications which were told to me, and I wanted to buy products only from uh, which have only these four specifications. Now I've inputted all of the four in the system, and this is the search results which I am getting. These are the search results which I am getting, and there are numerous in number. So two things which you have to do specifically when you are going to buy products on the portal, or you are going about your procurement cycle on the portal. Firstly, you have to give the details of the consignee. That is one thing. That is the delivery location and the quantity. That is one thing by default you have to do before searching for any product. And the second thing which you have to mandatorily do is there is an option of sort by, which the default setting is best match. You have to click on this and change it from price low to high. The reason being is what you can see right now. The L1 price is 14,000, but the next product which is coming is 1,08,000. Next one is 20,000, and again it is 1,08,000. So it is all. Then it comes to 2,60,000, 41,000, and so on and so forth. When you select this from best match to price low to high, what will happen is that uh, now all the items are segregated from L1 to H1. That is lowest one, the person which is giving the lowest price, which you can see here, current L1, to the H1 which is giving the highest price. Now you can select any products out of them, because as I told you, till 25,000 you don't have to go by the L1 necessarily. Here couple of things before we move forward is that you can see this is the star rating. If you click on this, system will show you the star rating, average star rating, and the parameter wise, which is four parameters: quality, delivery, coverage, and reliability. So you can see the individual star rating in these also. Then you can see here with green it is written assessed. That means this particular product has been assessed by Quality Council of India, and you can see part of the data which has been assessed here also. If you click on this, this data will open and you can see some of the details. Then third is this red triangle with an exclamation mark. If you click on this, you will get to know about past incident history of this particular vendor. That is, in the past, some department have lodged a complaint against this particular vendor, and when you click on this, you can see what is the complaint all about. And basis the complaint, which is just loading, uh, GeM also lowers the rating of that particular vendor. In some cases, we suspend their accounts also, and in very severe cases, we will also blacklist them. That is, they will not be allowed to participate in the portal in any way. They'll be thrown out of the portal depending on the incident which has been raised against them. Now, these are the search results, and if I want to look at one particular search result, let us say, I think that this Canon product is very promising, and I feel that this is the one I want to buy. So if I click on this product, I can see this product's details and all the specifications which are of this particular product. So kindly keep in mind that this is a comprehensive list of all the specifications which they have stated at the time of registering the product. When we come to the product specification filters, uh, these filters will not be comprehensive. That is, these filters will not cover all the specifications of that particular product. They might cover majority of them, but they will not cover all of them. And apart from these four, the ones which I have inputted, uh, which you can check from the top, that is printing technology, cartridge technology, duplexing feature, and wireless connectivity. Apart from these four, if there is any other specification which I require and it is not showing me in the specification filters, then I can individually click on this particular product. Like I opened this Canon product, and search for the specification if required. Let us say, for example, maximum operating temperature is 30 degrees. If we go back to the category, herein you will see that there is no filter for maximum temperature or for minimum temperature also. So we wanted to buy a product which was the maximum temperature, operating temperature should be 30 degrees. But since there is no specification filter here, I have to individually go into that product and search for it. And after searching, I find that yes, this has all the parameters which am I required to buy. Now, what I have to do is I have to click on this icon which comes, that is add to cart. GeM, as I'm sure most of you would be aware, is not a procurement portal, as in the simple sense that it is not used only for placing bids and tenders. It is a marketplace model. The pricing is open to the market, and the products are also shown you like they would be in a marketplace, and the filters are also like that. And if I talk about a marketplace, I mean other e-commerce players like Amazon and Flipkart, they are also examples of marketplace. However, this is specifically only for the government's need, or normal people cannot log into the system and buy. Only government officers can go and buy in this portal. Now I've made up my mind that this is the right product which I wanted to buy, and I have to click on add to cart, and system will give me a choice of either buying through direct purchase or bid or RA. As I told you that below 5 lakhs, bid or RA is an option which you can use if you want. I will click on direct purchase. And system will add this product to my cart. I'm sure a lot of you who are already buying on GeM would be aware of this, and people who are not yet fluent with the system. So cart is like again an example of Amazon or Flipkart, wherein you have to put your items in cart before going ahead and buying them. Here also you have to put it in cart before going with the appropriate buying method. And when it is added to the cart, it will be there for 10 days. And during those 10 days, you can buy it anytime. As you can see here, it is written 10 days left. You can buy it anytime during the course of 10 days. But if you do not buy it, then on the 11th day, it is out of the cart. Also, during these 10 days, the price of this particular item will not go above 14,750. In the marketplace, the vendor could have uh, updated the price to, let us say, 14,800, but within these 10 days you can buy it at 14,750 only. However, if the price goes down, that is, it comes down to 14,700, then you will get the benefit of the lower price, and uh, you will be able to buy it at 14,700. Just I'll uh, just take a 30-second break here. Just give me a minute. Yes. So as I was saying that during these uh, 10 days, you can buy it at the price which you have put in the cart. But if it is goes on the lower side, you can buy it at a lower price. Now below you again see couple of options uh, which are basically analytic tools which GeM has given to the buyer so that they can have an understanding of the reasonability of the price which is of that particular product. So first there is something called trends which you can see, which I have highlighted, and when I click on this, system will open a price trend for this particular product. Now in trends, what happens is system will show me uh, the trends of this product for the past few months, and two things basically. First is the maximum, minimum and average price of this product in the last maximum 6 months. Here you can see it is from September to February. It has given a graph for you, and you can make out that the average price, if you look at the average price, it keeps on changing from 12,780, goes up to 15,120, comes down to 14,780, then further comes down to 13,055, again goes up in the month of January, and then in February it comes down, it just goes up a little bit by 10 rupees. So you can see that what I was saying, that this is basically a marketplace. The pricing has been left open to the market, and vendors can, depending on the market conditions, change the price of the product also. And as you can see from this graph, that the price has been varying in the last 6 months. It can go up also, it can go down also. Similarly, if I go down, further scroll down, then system will show me the details of the last 6 purchases made of this particular product, and also the price and the locations where it was delivered. So, and the mode. So last 6 were through direct purchase, and as you can see, the price is very different. Few of the orders are from this month only. On, in fact, 5th of February, they were 4 orders placed, one in J&K, one in Andhra Pradesh, and in fact for 5 different locations: Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Sikkim and Telangana. Then one for West Bengal and four in Delhi. So you can see that the unit price in all of these orders is different. For Jammu Kashmir, it was 14,740. For Andhra Pradesh and other areas, it was 14,750. In West Bengal, it was 13,688. And in Delhi, it was 14,710. So on the same day, the same product, 4 different orders, 4 different prices. And earlier also you can see the prices were different for different areas. So this is basically for you to understand what is the general price level of this product, what is the reasonability of the price which is mentioned here, and also this will help you understand that how dynamic this portal is. The earlier system of fixing the price at one point is not there. Now the prices can vary, and it is up to the market to decide the prices, how they can go up and down. Similarly, there is another option of compare. When you click on this, system will show you the prices of same or similar products on other marketplaces, like again Amazon and Flipkart and ShopClues. Here one thing is to be seen, that product has few parameters here, and the ones which are in green are the ones which are matching to the product which we have selected in the cart, and the ones which are in blue are different and they do not match our parameters. This will also help us in understanding the reasonability of the rates of this particular product. Now, when I have looked at both of them and understood, and I am now ready with buying of the product, so I will click on proceed to checkout. System will ask me once again to confirm my buying options, and I'll click on direct purchase and then click on confirm, and now I will be taken to the order summary. System will create an order summary for me, wherein there will be a product title, quantity, price, name of the buyer, delivery days, name of the consignee, and the item details, and reason for choosing this seller. So this dialog box comes only when we are going for a product which is not L1, and till 25,000. Above 25,000 we can only go with L1 products. We cannot go in any case with L2 or L3 product. We have to buy L1 products only. And herein the reason for choosing this seller has to be given, because it was not the L1 and we chose another product. There could be any reason for it. Match of specifications is the common one. Specifications match. However, I'll just put in test here because we are in the course of training. Now, after that, I'll click on continue. System will take me to the next page, which is the financial details of for this particular order. In this, what I have to do is I have to select firstly the payment officer for this account, for this order. Then after selecting that officer, we'll have to give the designation of the official who's providing administrative approval and financial approval. It could be same, it could be different, however you feel like. Then we come to an option of GST or tax invoice to be raised in the name of buyer or consignee. So this difference is only when consignees are in different states. For your department, all of your consignees will be within the same state, so you can choose either buyer or consignee. Shouldn't be a problem. But if there is an central government department which could have offices in Jammu, Kashmir, Ladakh, Punjab, Himachal, so in that case, they would probably want the GST to be raised in the name of the seller, because GST would be different of people from different states. So they can choose consignee. In your case, you can choose either because it's going to be the same. The next is IFD concurrence, which is the integrated financial diary. If this is being used in your department, then you have to click on yes, give the diary number and the diary date. Next, we come to financial approval. Herein, what we have to do is the approval I was talking about, the sanction from your approving body or whoever is the competent authority, his or her sanction is required. You have to take that sanction, scan it, convert it into a PDF and upload it here. And then you can click on continue. Now, since we do not have a sanction, I'll not pick anything up. I'll just stop here only. On the next page, we just have to either give a verification through an OTP, which is linked to your Aadhaar, which is linked to this account, or through an e-sign, whichever option which you want. You can select that. And after you've done that, in case of e-sign, an OTP will come to your phone number linked with Aadhaar. You input that OTP and order will be placed. So this is the process of direct purchase. Now we move to the next phase of purchase, which is L1 purchase, which is from 25,001 to
Can I
5
please hello sir?
Yes.
Mr. Kush?
Yes.
So we have some questions, if we could take them before proceeding to the next section.
Okay.
Yes,
I will
sir.
just.
I have noted, sir. I can ask them. So the first question we have received is who, if for you mentioned PAC, that the approval of the competent authority is necessary. So who is this competent authority, sir? Is our DDO the competent authority, or will the parent department be enough for the competent authority?
That is an internal thing. In different departments, the competent authority is different. It is not something which is same for every department. So probably it could be in your department, could be the DDO or somebody from the head office. You just see
All
within
right.
tools, whoever is giving that.
Okay. If we or some of our departments often want to go for pack purchase, but they don't go for it because it is said that we have to give a certificate that this particular product is not available from any other brand. So is it very strict, or we can go for example, in computers we can go for HP only. Is it possible to go for that? Because
Uh,
computers are made by every other brand. So
see,
is the reason justified?
yes. See, PAC is basically when there is an emergent need of buying only one product, which is not being made by any other, or one attribute which is in that product and not in any other product being manufactured. Now, in case of computers, it becomes really difficult to justify because computers is a fairly normal product which is being sold by or manufactured by different agencies. So
Right.
in that case, PAC would be, I mean, it will be really difficult to go for PAC.
All right. So there needs to be a reason, a
Yeah,
very
there
valid
needs to
reason.
be a very valid reason for going for only that particular product through PAC.
Okay. Okay. There needs to be reason. So who evaluates this reason, sir? Does the GEM team evaluate the reason, or is it
No,
for
no.
just
This
later audit
this
purpose?
evaluation will be done by the audit body.
Audit body, right, sir.
Yes,
So it is on the risk and responsibility of the person who is doing that. So
exactly.
GeM will not stop him
Yeah,
from.
GeM will not stop him.
Okay, that was one question. Another question is that if, it is about the filters that you mentioned. The person says
Right.
that I have a particular product available in two different districts.
Mm.
So if it is for 10,000 in one district and the same product is available in another district at 9,000, is it necessary to go for the 9,000, or I can go for the nearer if it is less than
No, no, you
25,000?
can go for the nearer. In fact, this option was given only so that, specifically, in fact, if I must say, because the UT of Jammu Kashmir wanted the buying to be made local. So this was given after insistence from Jammu Kashmir UT and for other buyers also. Uh, this would help the buyer in getting products earlier and also from local vendors, which in a lot of states there is a policy that orders should be given to the local vendors first. And if I talk about the buyer perspective, yes, definitely, if they want a product from a nearer vendor, it is up to them, and they can mention it in their sanction at the time of uploading it. If it is written there, it will be much easier for them also. So there is no mandate that they have to go to a different district if the price is less. If they want it from their district and the price is high, they can go ahead, obviously,
But
because
yes,
the
yes, yes.
price will change. Let us say if you compare a price in Delhi to a price in Jammu Kashmir, the price will be higher. But then there could be different reasons for the buyer to go and buy from local sources only, right?
Right, right, right. So another question regarding this is this filter, the local filter, is it available only for purchases for less than 25,000?
No, it is also available for purchases till 5 lakhs.
Okay, so how can we do with that for 5 lakhs? Because then we have the comparative thing. We have to compare three.
Yes, you see, therein lies you can say all the rules remain the same. If there are three vendors which are available in your district, then you can uh, compare all the three of them, or maybe you can add more districts till you find three, or if
So
possible, you.
so
Hmm.
this filter is available also for L1 purchases, not
Yes.
necessarily for. Okay, that's a good news then. So that some a person is asking Dr. Abdul Majid that if we select the J&K filter, so
Hmm.
there is a confusion that it is illegal. So is it illegal that if we select only the J&K filter for
No, no, it
buying?
is not illegal, but I would suggest that in your sanction which you upload, you mention that you want to buy locally or through Jammu Kashmir only, whatever reason that you mention, kindly mention it in your audit. Again, as I told you, it is not for GeM to check, but it will the auditing body which can raise questions like that.
So is it possible for them to raise a question? So why are we buying locally, or has the government of India enabled us to buy locally something?
Yeah, as I
Can
told
we?
you that different states have local buying procedures.
Preferences.
Yes,
Yes.
that they have to give X amount of the orders purchased to local vendors.
Right.
So
So we can
under
use
that
this
policy,
in that.
you can give it to
Right.
locals, or there
Right.
could be some items which are of such nature that they have to be bought locally.
Okay. Okay. So one more question we have regarding the approvals, the financial approvals.
Mhm.
The do the one a person Roof Malik has asked. Uh, is it necessary that for every single purchase we have to upload a different financial approval, or we can have one financial approval which has 10, 20 products and we can upload the same for everyone?
Right. Uh, you
Because it
can.
becomes very difficult
Yes,
sometimes
yes.
to.
You do not need to upload different financial approval for the different product. You can upload one only. Like the example which you gave, there are 10 or 15 different products in that approval, and you are giving 10 or 15 different orders, and the same will be applicable in all of them. You do not need to take approval single as for a single item individually. However,
Okay.
just to add here that there is an option called bunching also, which is now available on GeM, where you can club multiple items together in an
Okay.
order. When I come to bidding, I will explain how that works.
So
So you can also.
Yes. Is there any particular format of this financial approval, or can the
No,
department?
no, there's no particular format. Whatever is being currently used in your department will be, you can upload the same only.
Yeah, for example, some departments do mention the complete demand number, the specifications, the item rate. Others don't even mention demand number. They just mention that a particular item is needed, and they don't even mention price.
Yes, so
So
whatever
it
is prevalent in your department, you can go by that. There's no particular format for it.
okay, right. Another question we have is if since the GeM purchase is online, so some departments ask the seller for the hard copy of the bill, countersigned and stamped. Is it necessary, or we can, or is
There
the
is no
online
need for a
generated?
hard copy, because anyways the bill is which is going to be used is the one which is generated by the system.
Right.
So
So
there is
there is
no
no
need
need
for
for
a,
the hard copy. Right.
yes.
Okay, okay. Another question we have was a few questions, but I could not understand if Dr. Mudassir Ahmed Qureshi has asked some question. If Dr. Mudassir could come online and ask this question himself, it is about specifications. I could not understand it completely. Dr. Mudassir, can you please come online? Dr. Mudassir? Yes. Say Mudassir Mushtaq, Dr. Mudassir, Mudassir Ahmed Qureshi. Dr. Mudassir Ahmed Qureshi, I can unmute you. You can go ahead and ask your question, please. Dr. Mudassir Ahmed Qureshi, can you ask your question? Because we could not understand it completely. It is about that if we do not know the specifications of each and every item, do we need to get it from outside GeM? I could not understand it completely what
I
he
think
means to.
what the professor is trying to say is that do we need to, maybe I do not know the question completely, but I think what he's trying to say is that uh, does all the specification need to be given on the portal? And during the course, when I was explaining, I said that you only need to put in the specification which you have. I have inputted 4 in this order. I could have inputted more also. I could have inputted 0 also and then go ahead with the purchase. So inputting of only 2 are there which are required for you to input. One is the location and the other is the quantity. Apart from that, none of the filters is mandatory for purchases till 5 lakhs. Above 5
Okay.
lakhs, you have to give filters necessarily, or let me put it this way, for bid or RA, you have to give your filters, which will, in the course of this session, I'll explain how to use them. Otherwise, you do not need to give all the filters.
Another question from Mr. Irshad Afaki is that if he cannot find the product in L1 according to his specifications. For example, no product is shortlisted as per my specifications. So what should I do? Should I go for bidding? That then bidding is the only option that I have. Is it right?
Yes, bidding is an option which you can go for, and there are other options also which you can ask GeM to create that particular category in the system if it is not available. I'll show you after that also how to go about that. That option is also there. You can go for bidding.
Okay. One more questions is if there are some particular specifications which we want, but they are not available in the comprehensive list of specifications. What should we do?
So for that, those specifications, if they are not available, you can create a bid, and in bid, GeM has given a provision wherein you can add up to 5 specifications of your own accord. So
Right.
if still after adding those 5 also you feel that that option is not the right one, then you have two further options, wherein one, you can ask GeM to uh, create a new product, or two, you can create something called a custom bid,
Right.
which is for products which are not available on the portal. I'll just towards the end of the session, I'll also explain how custom bid works.
Right. One more question is that if some person has forgotten his NIC ID, so how to retrieve the ID? Can you shed some light on that, please?
If you have forgotten your, so here there are two things. Just can you give me a minute? Just give me a
Right,
minute. I'll just join back.
right. So these were the different questions that have been asked during the session so far. I really thank everyone who has asked the questions and contributing to the knowledge. So I want to add that we all know that the more questions we ask, the more confusions we have, and if we ask what we don't know, then we will surely make this workshop a very fruitful and informative one. So I request every participant to please post their questions in the chat box. If some participant wants to ask the question himself by speaking in any language, English, Urdu, they also please feel free to post the same in the chat box that you want to ask a question to the expert yourself. So you will also be allowed to unmute and ask the question yourself. So this was about the first part of the session was about the direct purchase of below 25,000 rupees, which buyer has the option of purchasing from anyone, and the different filters involved. Now we have two more bidding. We have two more preferences purchase modes, that is the L1 direct purchase and the bidding process, on which Mr. Kush shall deliberate upon in a short while. And if you have any further questions, I believe we have all the questions that we have answered them. If there are still any questions, please feel free to use the chat box.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there was a last question which you were asked. I was just took a break in the middle of it. Can you tell me what was the question?
The question was, if a person has forgotten his user ID, not the password, the ID, how to retrieve it?
See, if you have got that ID created from your primary user account, right? Then
Right.
the primary user can log in and they can find the email ID which will be shown to them under create GeM buyer ID. All the list of IDs which have been created will be shown. That is one way when you have created it through GeM. If you have not created it through GeM, then the other way is to you go to NIC mail, that is email.gov.in, and therein there will be a helpline number. You call them up and you tell them your registered phone number, which will be registered with that particular email ID, and they will then send you a link or something wherein you can access, or they might tell you also what is your email ID, nick email ID.
Thank you very much, sir. I think that hope answers all the questions comprehensively. Please continue, sir, the session. Thank you very much.
Okay. So while we were talking, the session got disconnected on the GeM portal. This is a security measure. If there is no activity for some time, then the system automatically logs off. So we'll log in again with the same account. Now we'll, after giving the ID, we'll input our government email ID password. And we have logged into the account again. Now we will go for L1 purchase, which is from 25,000 to 5 lakhs. And this time, let me take desktop computers as a category. I'll select this. And I hope most of you have understood the way we have to go ahead. I'll not explain everything in detail this time, but however, the mode is the same. You first have to select the consignee and the quantity. Now herein what I'll do is I'll give you an example which you can see from here, that I'm ordering for 10 computers, but on these 4 locations. So for you, it could be the same location. I have no idea that they are from the same college or different colleges, but it could be from different locations also. However, it will be treated as a single order on the GeM portal, and the vendor would know that he has to send products to these 4 locations, and these are the quantities. The total quantity will be treated as 10, and it will be supplied to all of these locations. It could be that within the same college also there are different departments. There could be a chemistry department, there could be a physics department, computer department, and business department. So 4 different departments require products, and a single order was made, and it will be delivered to 4 different departments. Basis the quantities also, which were different, so which I showed you. I'll just again open it. Maybe people just need to see it one more time. So what I've done is basically I have taken 4 consignees and different quantities. As you can see, the total quantity is 10, but different consignees might have 1, 2 or more quantities. And now I've searched it. Only vendors who are giving 10 or more products will be shown here, and who are delivering to all of these 4 locations will be shown. Now the same process which I had done last time will be there, and just note that this price of 2,34,859 is the comprehensive price of those 10 products. It is not for a single product, it is for the complete 10 products. Now, like last time, I can use any of these filters which are available to segregate the search results. I can, as I told you like last time, use a location filter if I feel like, and then basis this we can also use the seller rating if required. So all of these, I'm just using these filters so that you will have an idea that these filters are required here also. If you want, you can apply them. If you want, you can let them go. Lead time for cell dispatch, I'll again, let us take 3 as, because that's the minimum which is required. Just keep a lookout for number of pages which goes down. So there are 413 pages of search results. Each page has 12 search results, and after applying a single parameter, which is 3 or less, the number of pages are left are only 10%, only 45 out of 413. So this is what a single filter can do to your search results. So every filter which you apply can change the search results drastically. And also the prices. If I you can see the price currently is 2,55,000, but if I remove this filter, the price goes down to 2,34,000. So there was a difference of 20,000, or in this particular order 2,000 per computer, because we are ordering for 10 computers. So whichever filter you are applying, kindly see that it is required, as it might change the outcome of the search results a lot. The second thing which I need to do mandatorily, and I have told you in the earlier example also, that instead of best match, I should go for price no too high, because this will effectively segregate the search results from L1 to H1. Now, just to show you as an example, oh, sorry, I did latest on top. I'll segregated price low to high. Because there was a question which was asked about the specification. So I am not filling any specification, as you can see from here. I am not filling any specification. However, if I still want to add these to compare, because I need to compare 3 items basis the uh, manufacturer or the brand, whatever you can call it. So I can still add them to compare. When I click on this product, as you can see on the bottom of the page, this has been added to the search result. And next, this is from HP. So just to show you that this was from Acer, I have added it because if I want to add another one from Acer, the system will automatically not allow me to, because there is a uh, there will be a pop-up which will say that you can add only items from different OEMs or sellers. From the same seller, you can not add more than 2 items, and from the same OEM also you cannot add 2 items. And there's a logic built into the system for the same. You do not need to do anything for that. So now I'll choose another one from HP, and if I choose all 3 of them, they'll be added and a comparison will be made. So towards the bottom of the page, these 2 companies are only there, Acer and HP, and that is because I have not chosen any filter. So that is why only limited search results are there. I mean, all the search results are there. The next company or the brand which is available is Exatron, whatever this brand is. I'm just adding it to compare. Here you can see now 3 items have been added, and when I click on start comparison, system will create a comprehensive comparison of all 4 of them. That is the 3 which I have chosen and the L1 uh, which was shown by the system. Basis our input, system will always show you a L1, that is the lowest one. Now I haven't taken any single parameter. This was just to show you that you can do it without choosing specifications also. As I told you that till 5 lakhs, you do not need to necessarily select any kind of filters. However, for bids and reverse auction, that is for orders above 5 lakhs, or even if they are below 5 lakhs, for bid and reverse auctions, you need to select the filters. I'll just quickly now add a few filters so that the participants can understand, and you can select any filter. Let us say I just want RAM size to be 16 or higher. You do not have to start from the first one only. You can select any filter which you deem is useful for you. Operating system factory preloaded. I select Windows 10 Professional. And as you can see, the search results keep on going down. The price of L1 has also risen. It was earlier 2 lakh, I think around 2,50,000. Now it has come to 3,87,000, and this is for total 10 of the products. And lastly, I'll just select any filter. Monitor size I will take as 23 or 24 inches. And now all the search results are there. I will have to segregate from price low to high, and you can see only few search results are left, only 3 pages. So I will quickly compare 3 of them. Lenovo, HLBS and Acer. These are the ones which are available, and I'll click on start comparison. So as I told you in the last example, that the specification filters which are available do not cover all the specifications. However, this product comparison with the system creates, is created basis all the specifications of those products, which you can check from here. Now, a lot of people ask this question that, sir, why is this required if we can buy only from L1? So there are two answers to that, or I would say the answer is in two parts. Firstly, this is was done to bring the earlier option of wherein we used to call for quotations. That option was bought online, firstly, and secondly, herein you, as I told you, the product specifications are very many, and the filters do not cover all of them. So in that case, you can also see the other uh, specifications for which you might require an input, but it was not there in the specification. For example, size of memory case in case of dedicated graphic card. Now you wanted a size of 2. This 2 is here, but uh, the corresponding filter was not there, so you couldn't make out what was required or what was not required. But in the comprehensive comparison, you can see that 2 is available and you can go forward to buy this product also. However, for this product, which is L3 or L2, whatever, for this product, you do not need to, you cannot buy this in under direct purchase. You have to create an RA or a bid for this mandatorily. Even if this was below 5 lakhs, you will have to mandatorily go for a bid or an RA. So kindly keep in mind that for all these three options, in comparison, you can directly place an order to the L1. However, you can buy these three also if you feel they are fitting your parameters. But for these three, you will have to create a bid. Now, if I input all my parameters correctly, in this case, I have just inputted 3 of them, then the search results will be very similar in nature, right? They would have all those items which are similar. If I have selected 16 GB, all of them would be 16 GB, and for 16 GB, at least a 1000 TB hard drive is required. So it will be similar for all of them. There wouldn't be a big difference. To buy L1, I just have to simply click on add to cart. Like last time, product will be added to the cart. System will first give me an option of direct purchase or bid or RA, because as I had told you that below 5 lakhs, bid and RA is also an option and can be used for L1 also if required. However, I will click on direct purchase because I wanted to go on L1 only, and the system will take me to the shopping cart. We can see the comparison sheet which was created here. We can download it and keep it in our system also if required. I will click on direct purchase, confirm, and the system will create an order summary. As you can see, unlike last time, there is no option wherein a reason has to be given for buying from this seller, because this is the L1 seller. I click on continue. Like last time, the financial detail page will come. I will have to select the financial authority. I will have to give the designation of the admin approval officer and the financial approval officer. Tax invoice in the name of buyer, consignee, whatever I feel like. IFD concurrence, financial approval. I have to get it scanned, convert it into a PDF and upload it here, and click on continue. And on the next page, I will either e-sign or verified through an OTP, and the order will be placed. So this was also, I think, fairly simple. If there are questions related to this, we can take up right now, and before moving ahead for the next type of buying. Uh, uh, Faisal Makul ji, are you there? So I was saying that
Yes, sir, I'm here, but I don't think we have any questions regarding this.
okay. So then we'll move to the next procurement option.
We do have two questions, although not related to direct purchase, but there are two general questions. Can we take them, sir?
Okay, since we have stopped here, we'll just take up those questions.
Yes. The first question is that in the interest of transparency, does GeM conduct the online audit of the purchases made by the buyers? For example, many different buyers are making purchases in different modes. So does GeM conduct any kind of its own internal audit to see whether the purchases being made by different sellers across India are valid, or is there
No,
a need?
there is an internal audit like all other government departments on GeM, but that is for our own selves. We do not audit what other departments are doing. That responsibility is of the auditing authority who's going to verify their purchases. That does not lie on GeM. Firstly, and secondly, however, having said that, if there is a complaint which is raised against any buyer, then GeM might look into it. Otherwise, we do not, uh, do not do an audit of the purchases which the other departments are doing, because audit is an internal process. GeM does not interfere in it.
Another question is that regarding the financial approval, is
Hmm.
it necessary to mention the GeM demand number at least, or the specifications on the financial approval?
See, GeM demand number, I don't think so is required. However, it is good to mention all the specifications. And rather, I would say all the filters you are going to apply, you can mention them in the sanction. That will make your job much easier, and for later on also it will be a much easier thing for you to do.
Sir, what happens is, I think the reason the person has asked this question is, what happens often is that we get order cancellations frequently.
Mhm.
So if we create a financial approval for every demand, then it becomes very difficult really to track those. So
Yeah.
some departments create one financial approval, and they do not mention the price in that financial approval. They just mention financial approval is granted for purchase of the following item, and whatever price is available on the GeM portal. So, and then they reuse that. If an order gets cancelled, the same financial approval they use and reuse. So, is it
Yes,
valid to do
yes,
that?
that is valid. You do not need to create. See, as I told you earlier, also whatever you are doing currently in your organization, you can follow that. You do not need to create any new sets of procedure for GeM, especially when it comes to such sanctions. All the things which are there, new, which you have to do, I'll tell you. Otherwise, which is being continued, which is being done can be continued. Like in the case of sanctions, however you were taking it earlier, you can do that, and as an extension of that, you can use that same. When the order is cancelled, you can use the same approval for another order. Not a problem.
Okay. Okay. The another question is that, is the price limits that we have, the 20 below 25,000, or the for L1 25 to 5, is it for the individual items or for the whole cart?
It is for the whole cart. It is for the total comprehensive order.
Total comprehensive order of the cart. Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Another question has been asked by Mr. Paramjit Singh is that the pack approval authority is not clear. So could you please repeat who is the pack approval authority? I think that has been answered by you, but please could you repeat?
Yeah, that again I would say is the competent authority, whoever is. See, let us say a purchase was initiated. I have a approval of buying till 5 lakhs. So I'm a competent authority for any order up to 5 lakhs. And if that includes PAC also, then I am the right authority, right? And
Right.
if I have a product which I need to buy, which is of 7 lakhs, then the next authority, which has the approval for 7 lakhs, they will be the competent authority because they are going to issue the financial approval, right?
Okay. All right. Another question is that when the payment is done in offline mode, sometimes it is not updated on GeM on time. For example, the buyer forgets to update the payment status, or the buyer, unfortunately, because of some reason, generates the CRAC, their acceptance certificate late. So,
Right.
is this a serious issue for the buyer? Can his ID be disabled for these? Because we often get reminders for these.
See, now there are two parts again to this. It is not, it is, we want you to do everything in time. However, if there is justified delay, then it's okay. But in the case a seller creates an incident or a complaint against a particular buyer, that this buyer is not creating CRAC due to any reason, then GeM might have to intervene and take an action against that particular buyer. Otherwise, we would from time to time only send a reminder until unless it is pending for a long time, right? Then GeM will take an action. In fact, there are some departments in Jammu Kashmir which I am personally pursuing for payments which they have not updated or they have not made. So I would suggest that whenever possible, kindly finish all the transactions on GeM also. Even if you have paid the vendor, kindly go on GeM and update it as soon as possible.
Okay, sometimes the seller marks the product as delivered, although it has not reached our office yet. So, what to do in that case?
See, when the seller marks it as delivered, which is called PRC in GeM terminology, product receipt certificate. So earlier what used to happen was only the buyer can create a PRC, product receipt certificate. The seller couldn't do so. But now in GeM 4.0, we have given that option to seller also. However, he has to upload a proof of delivery while doing that. Now, when they have created it, you will get a timeline of 4 days to edit it. You can edit it still, right? So I would suggest if they have marked it within those 4 days, you edit it and you can say that it was not delivered or it has delivered on this date. Whatever your comment is, you can put it there, and then the system will change the PRC date accordingly.
Okay, right. So, the another question is, after selecting the state or district of the seller, we still don't find the seller from that state or district as L1. How can we make sure that we can get L1 only from a particular state?
See, I would suggest you to kindly create a bid for that. In the bid, there is a parameter wherein it mandates for the seller to have an office in that particular state.
Right.
If you use that parameter, then the vendor has to abide by it. And only vendors which have an office in the state or they are ready to open an office in the state within a designated timeline, I think that is 15 days, only those people can participate.
Right. Right. Thank you. I think those are the questions for this session. You can continue, sir, with the next session.
Okay. So now we'll go to the last mode of procurement, which is bidding and reverse auction. Bidding and reverse auction both are made the same way. And as I had told you that I'll also show you an option of something called a bunch, wherein you can buy multiple items in the same cart. So we'll start with desktop computers only this time. And this example might be a little confusing to some people because I am taking multiple consignees in each item and multiple items also. But this is the most the bid with the highest complexity. If you understand this, all other bids will be very simple. So like last time, I will select consignee. I'll buy 10 computers. I'll click 5 in both, click on search. And since this is going to be a bunch bid, I will select intent of buying as bid or RA. Now what happens is, if I select bid or RA as my intent of buying, you can see the system removed the L1. Now there is no L1 showing and I can select any product, but kindly use this option only when there are less than 3 vendors or you are going for a bunch bid. Only in those cases use this. Otherwise go for comparison first and then through the bidding process. And I'll quickly input a few parameters. As you can see, I'm just inputting a few parameters of randomly. I'm not picking or choosing any. I'm just selecting a few and randomly using them. So I have selected 6 parameters and these are the search results. What I have to do here again, and specifically in this, because there is no L1, so I have to necessarily give the price from low to high. So that again the system will show me products from L1 to H1. And sorry, now I can individually go and check the product also, but I've inputted all of my parameters at the top. I've inputted all my specifications. I just feel like that this is the right product. You can choose any. I'll click on add to cart, and this time what will happen is, unlike last times, system will ask me to input all the golden parameters. Now I'll just show you what the golden parameters are. When you click on specifications, you can see some specifications have a yellow line in front of them, the other ones have a gray line in front of them. So these yellow lines are called as golden parameters and the gray ones are called as the normal parameters. While creating a bid, system mandates that you have to fill all the golden parameters, even if you know them or not. And the system will give you 3 options. However, even the gray ones which you fill will be fixed and will become a part of the bid. These golden parameters, you can call them as the building blocks of the particular of that particular product category, and these are very important when it comes to the category. When you change a golden parameter, chances are that the price of the product or the L1 will also change. So now I'll add this product which I had selected to cart, and system will ask me to, when I click on proceed, system will tell that I have chosen values for 6 out of 19 product specifications. I have to select the rest of them also. It gives me 3 options, and you have to consider the first 2 only, because the third one is manually choose the values for the golden parameters. That is, if I know them, I will go back and manually choose them. However, if I knew them, I wouldn't have left them blank. I would have filled them already. So now I have 2 options: allow any values. So what will happen is, in the rest of those parameters, rest of the 13, any value will be allowed, or choose the selected product's value as the eligible value. So if I select this, then this particular product's values in those parameters will be filled automatically. Like you see, processor description, it has already been Intel Core i7. Monitor resolution, it has picked on its own 1920 into 1080. Drive, HDD drive, on-site warranty as 5 years, monitor technology, IPS, and so on and so forth. It has clicked all the parameters on its own. That does not mean that only this particular company can participate. What it means is, any brand which is making computers with these specifications can participate in this bid. Now I click on proceed, and system will uh, show me an offering of price which is there by different vendors. Whatever price you choose will be taken as the estimated value of the bid. However, now system does not stop the seller from going over and above this. Earlier, what was there was that the vendor cannot quote over and above this price. But now GeM has, in GeM under 4.0, GeM 4.0, the seller can quote whatever price he feels like. It could be above the bid estimated price also. So this is the bid estimated price. I can choose any. I'll here select 76,500 or 75,000, whatever you feel like you can select, and this will be the bid estimated price. I'll click on this and go ahead. Now system will add this to my cart. Now in the cart itself, you will see there are 159 more items which you can add to this particular cart itself. Plus, on top of that, now GeM has done away with this option also. We do not now limit bunches. You can create any kind of bunch which you feel like. You can add a chair to it, a table to it, whatever you can feel, you can add to this. But however, what happens is, only vendors who have all the products will be able to participate. Now, a person who's selling electronics will not be selling tables and chairs. So they will not participate into this. So kindly only make bunch of related products. And you can see the related products here only. So just for an example, I'll take printers also along with computers, and I've clicked on computer printers from the options available there. Quickly, I will select the consignees and the quantity. And I'll buy 20 printers, 3 at one location and 14 at one. I'll quickly, like last time, input all the parameters which I want. After inputting 4 of the parameters, I'll click on price low to high like last time. Select one product. And I am not going into the details of this product. If I want, I can go and individually look at all the specifications of one of those products. Since I'm not creating a comparison, I'll have to look at the products individually. An option of add to current cart will come. I'll click on this and it will be added to the same cart in which the computers were there. But before that, like last time, I will have to give all the golden parameters. I have selected 4 out of 11. In this option, I'll choose allow any values and click on proceed. System will tick all the, as you can see, any value option was ticked by the computer. I will select a price for the estimated price of the bid. Click on proceed. And now this item will be added to the current cart. Here you can see we have 2 items now. If I want, I can go search for another item through here under all categories. I'll now look for, let us say, pen drives. I come to pen drives. I need pen drives at only one locations, 25 of them. I'll search for those pen drives, input the filters. I'll use 32 GB. Warranty 3. After filling these parameters, low to high should be a criteria because you will get the prices from L1 to H1. So you'll get an idea about that also. And I'll click on add to current cart. Now this time when I click on add to current cart, system will give this option, and when I click on proceed, it will not ask me to input the golden parameters because I had selected all the golden parameters in this case. After selecting the price, I'll click on proceed and this will be added to my same cart. Now we have 3 items. So I can, like this way, I can go on adding items to this cart. We can add hundreds of items. I have known the highest bid which I have known is 400 items, which was added in a single bid. However, it took nearly the whole day to create that bid. I have not gone beyond that ever in my life. It was only once when I had gone to 400 items. So you get, add whatever items you want. However, keep in mind that those items are of similar category, because that 400 item bid which I am talking about, that did not materialize because nobody sells all of those items. So we have to keep that in mind while creating a bid. So all of these items, I'm sure computer, printer, and if I talk about the pen drive, these are all are computer related items, and they will be available with one vendor. Now after that, I have to click on proceed to checkout, and undertaking the system takes, and it says that as a buyer, I have taken the approval of competent authority when different category items are being required And if I read through it, bunching of items from different categories have been done with the approval of competent authority, because all these items are required to be purchased from same supplier or are of similar nature, and seller for these categories are common. Such products are commonly procured together as a bunch. I have personally checked and found that sufficient number of sellers are available for the bunch categories of the product. Competent authority is satisfied that bunching of these items will not limit participation from prospective sellers and will not lead to restrictive bidding. This is an undertaking at the time of creating a bunch, which GeM takes from the buyer now. Earlier, this was not there because the bunches were created by GeM itself. Now, since the bunches are created by the buyer, this undertaking you have to give. And later on, if no seller come or only one seller comes, it is your responsibility to go ahead with the opening of the bid. I click on accept, and the shopping cart summary will be here. I will be given two options: bid or reverse auction. Uh, Both of them are 98% same. Only one change is there, which I'll show you while creating a bid. The rest of all the things are same in both bid and reverse auction. I've selected bid. These are the 7 stages under which bid is being made on the portal. Just give me a minute. I'll just take a minute's break here, hardly a few seconds. Right. So now we'll start with the first stage, which is the specifications. We'll have to see that the specifications are okay or not. And individually of each item, firstly, I'll click on desktop computers. System will, okay. So we have been logged out. I'll just log in back again. So as I told you, this happens due to a security measure, and it can happen while
I'm sorry. I think we have Mr. Kush has disconnected. I think he'll join us in a short while. In the meantime, if anyone has any question, so please आप पूछ सकते हैं अगर किसी को कोई सवाल है. So I can allow unmuting. So if anybody has any question, आप unmute
Uh,
करके पूछ सकते हैं.
Hello, sir. This is Shahid Rassal from Government Degree College, Punch. Hello. Sir, are you getting my voice?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll just give me a minute.
Okay.
My
Okay.
system
Yes, sir.
uh, seems to have crashed. It's blank. Just give me a minute for me to
Mr. Shahid. Mr.
yeah,
Shahid.
reopen
Uh,
this.
yes, sir. I was just asking for
In the meantime,
the link to be shared after this is over, because many of us while we're doing other works may have skipped 2 or 3 minutes, so that we can have a look at it again.
I
Thank you.
think okay. I think this is being recorded and it will be shared as a YouTube session itself. So you can go and have a look in YouTube.
Thank
And
you. Thank you.
I will not be able to provide. You can ask the uh, organizers to provide you with the link for the same. And
Okay,
I
sir.
think
Actually, I was talking to him while they again rejoined. So I'm sorry
okay,
if you
okay,
get it wrong.
okay, okay. The link has been given to you, I think.
yes, Mr. Kush, you may please continue. You can continue, Mr. Kush.
Yeah, just I am. I think the Zoom application closed on its own. Now trying to re open. There's some problem with it. It's not taking the share option. Just give me a minute.
जब तक कुश सर अपना ही शेयर कर पाता, आई वांटेड टू ऐड कि कुश सर अपना ही शेयर कर पाता, आई वांट कि हम अभी तक दो चीजें कवर कर चुके हैं. We have covered two aspects. One is the direct purchase below 25,000, and the second is from 25,000 to 5 lakh on L1 mode. And right now अभी हम bidding के बारे में सीख रहे हैं. So Kush sir will be sharing his screen in a short while. Uh, so Kush sir was talking about simple one item bid, single bid, or we can have multiple items in one bid, that is called a bunch bid. So the most powerful feature of GeM is the bid, of course. So bid को किस तरह से use करना है effectively, और we have seen that many of our colleges hesitate to use the bid option or do not know how to use the bid option properly. So this is a very good opportunity for them to learn and ask questions regarding the bid. We should not feel ashamed, or we should not feel, क्या कहते हैं उसको, हमें शर्म नहीं आनी चाहिए कि अगर हमें कोई चीज नहीं मालूम है बिड के बारे में, बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ दिस इज न्यू टू अस टीचर्स. हम टीचर्स इसके साथ रिलेटेड तो होते नहीं है, तो हमारे लिए तो सारी नई बात है. तो अगर कोई भी चीज हमें समझ में नहीं आती है तो हमें पूछ लेना चाहिए कि ये क्या है, और शर्माना नहीं चाहिए, क्योंकि पूछने से ही इंसान सीखता है. So there are so many aspects in this gem, in the bidding, and the bidding is so powerful कि जो भी इंसान के खदशात होते हैं other aspects of buying में, bidding में वो सारे दूर हो जाते हैं. A bid can be made a very powerful, can be a very powerful tool to get the item that you want. Often gem पे लोग complain करते हैं कि we don't get the bid option. हमें अच्छा प्रोडक्ट नहीं मिलता है. बिड के जरिए से यू कैन इंश्योर कि आपका जो प्रोडक्ट आएगा दैट इज द बेस्ट प्रोडक्ट. सो इफ यू फ्रेम द बिड प्रॉपर्ली. आई थिंक कुश सर हैज जॉइंड अस अगेन. सर, कैन यू, you are the co-host now, you can unmute yourself, sir.
Okay, thank you. I was saying that there was some problem with the Zoom app, but now it's done and I've logged in again. And जो कह रहे थे बिल्कुल सही कह रहे थे कि अगर कोई भी क्वेश्चन हो आप पूछ लीजिए, बेहिचक पूछे, लिमिटेड लोग हैं, आई थिंक आप सब कोलीग्स ही हैं। कई बार क्या होता है जो मैं सेशंस देखता हूँ जिसमें बहुत सारे लोग होते हैं, काफी बड़े सेशंस होते हैं, उसमें लोग क्वेश्चन पूछने से डरते हैं एंड फिर बाद में देयर इज ऑफन अ फ्लड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस व्हिच कम टू मी on either the phone, WhatsApp or email. So you can ask all the questions which are required and it is a fairly open session. And anyways, we are taking up question answers as much as you want. We are taking all of them and Faisal Saab is already doing a very nice job. He's reading all the questions one by one and taking them up, not missing any of them. So like he said, you can ask any questions which you feel like. Now we had logged off, we were logged off due to the security concern. What we just have to do is we now have to go to bids and list of bids, because we had already started making the bid. So there are two things. So if I was in the cart and the system logged off, item will be in the cart for 10 days, as you all know. And since we have started making the bid, it will be in bids under draft bids. Now I click on draft bids and you can see this is the bid. None of the steps are completed because we left in the first step itself. So this is where we left off. We click on desktop computers and the system will show me all the specifications which have been chosen by me and what I have chosen. So if you remember, in this case I had chosen this particular item specification as the bid specification. So herein when I had chosen Intel, processor generation chosen by me was 9. So system allows 9 or higher. Number of cores per processor was selected as 8. So it allows 8 or 10 or 12 or higher. And similarly, all of the specifications which you see, processor base frequency I had taken as 3. So it is allowing all the ones which are higher from 3. Then processor description, core number, operating system, all of these things you can check. If there is something which you find which is not suitable to you, for example, with here I think operating system is the system has taken as Linux, but if I wanted Microsoft Office, then I would have to go back and select it again. So this selection will be of no use. I'll have to start the procedure again from scratch. Also, as I had told you, that now GeM gives you an option of adding 5 additional specification parameters which are not on the portal. For every bid and for every item, you can add new specifications up to 5 in number. As you can see, only 5 custom parameters are allowed. You can type the specification name and bid requirement. So this is up to 255 characters and this is 500 characters. You have to give the details of all of this. If you want, otherwise you can select no and you do not need to enter anything and just click on save. After I've done this for one item, I have to do it. Once I've done it for desktop computers, you can see it is now showing it in green. The font is green, which means I have done this. I go to computer printers. Again, it's the same thing. And if you remember, in computer printers, I had chosen for the rest of the values as allow any value. So here you can see when I've chosen allow any value, it is taking from 10 to 100, 110, whatever is the highest number. It is taking all speeds. Here also in printer speed per minute, I had taken every speed. So it is taking from 30 to whatever is the highest number. Duplexing feature, yes or no. or anything else. By default, it says or higher, but it is taking both yes or no. In wireless connectivity also, it is taking yes or no. Number of main paper trays 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or higher. Bypass trays yes or no or higher. On-site warranty. I had selected a few parameters. So these four I had selected: color, paper size, on-site warranty, and I think one more. So for them, it will only be 5 or higher. For type of printing, only color, because there is nothing higher. It is either color or mono. And paper size is, I had selected as A4. So it is A4, A3 or higher, which is the bigger paper. Again, if I want, I can add additional specification if I want, and I'll click on save. Lastly, for pen drive or flash drive also, I will do the same thing. I'll click on save, click on continue, and now it has taken me to the second part, which is the consignee or reporting officer. First, I have to now check the consignees and the reporting officers. Herein, I can change the delivery days. Maximum they can be done to 365 days. However, above 180 days, I need to give my competent authority approval. And another new feature which has come up is this small truck, which you can see, which is for staggered delivery. You can ask the item to be delivered. Let us say I choose the delivery for 150 days. That is 5 months. And I want one quantity to be delivered every 30 days. So one to be delivered from 25 to 30 days. Then second to be delivered in 55 to 60 days. And you can keep on adding it per month or whatever you feel like. Let us say the rest of the 2 items I want only at the end of that timelines, 5 months. So I want it at 145 to 150 days, and click on save and proceed. So now my staggered delivery is there only for the degree college in Birwa district, Gurgaon. Although the consignees are from the same location, but if they will be from different locations, then for one location there will be staggered delivery, for the other it will be normal delivery. If I want to go above 180 and try to save it, the system will ask the approval of competent authority. For anything above 180 days, as you can see, you will require to upload the approval of your competent authority. And I'll just remove staggered just for your understanding. Here, if I want, I can increase the quantity and the delivery days also. So I'll just keep it the same. And this has to be done now for all the 3 of them. For desktop computers, so here you can see, if I want, I can increase the quantity also. Click on save. Okay. And lastly, for pen drives, I can decrease the quantity also. So here I want to make it at 15. All of these changes I can do at any time before making the bid live. Now, after I've done with the consignee reporting officer, now I next move to the details of the bid. Now, these details are related to the bid itself. Earlier, it was about the specification, then the delivery, now about the bid. So, the bid can be opened minimum of 10 days to maximum of 45 days. Here, as you can see this. I select 10 days, and then if I want, I can edit the time also. By default, the bid life cycle, that is the total time given to you as a buyer to complete this, will be 90 days. That is call for bids, evaluate them technically, evaluate them financially, get the order out. All of this has to be done within 90 days. That is 3 months. Next is the bid offer validity. Kindly keep it as close to 90 as possible. In this case, it is 10 plus 80 is equal to 90. So that the price of the bid, the vendor which has quoted a price, basically this offer validity is till when that price will be valid. So you have to keep it uh, throughout the life of the bid if possible, because then the vendor will be able to give the price at the same price within the duration of 90 days. If you have chosen some other number, by default it is 30, and what a lot of departments do is they will just take it at 30 and then go ahead. What happens is, if those 30 days are elapsed and you are not able to finalize the bid, then in that case you will have to ask for approval of bid validity from the vendor itself. If the vendor says no to it, then your bid will fail. You will have to again go for the whole process. So as a reminder, I would again say kindly keep it as close to 90 as possible at the time of creation of the bids. Next is, do you want to take this bid to RA post mm, technical evaluation, bid to RA post technical evaluation? See, this is the only difference which is there between a bid and an RA. If you want to uh, select yes, then kindly keep in mind, then even if you do not want at a later stage to take this to RA, there will be no option. You will have to do it. And if you have chosen no, then even if you want to do it, you cannot do it. Only in the single case of when you have chosen no, but there are two vendors who have quoted the same price and both are L1, then the system will automatically ask you to create a RA. Otherwise, by default, there will be no RA if you have selected no. Then inspection required, yes or no. This is a special type of inspection, not the inspection which the consignee does. I'm sure most of you would be aware that consignee also does an inspection of 10 days. They have been given a time of 10 days for inspection. But this is not that inspection. This is a special inspection if you require it. And if you click on yes, system will also ask you to select the clause from ATC, that is additional terms and conditions. We'll come to that towards the last page. You can select the type of inspection: post dispatch, pre dispatch, or stage wise. So post dispatch, after they have dispatched it. Pre dispatch, and before dispatching, you will go there at the consignee's location and have a look at them. And stage wise is like in the case of staggered delivery, every stage, every delivery, you would want to go and have a inspection of those products. You can select any, and you can also upload your quality assurance plan so that they have to comply by this if you want. Then next, you can select impaneled agencies. These are third-party agencies which GeM has impaneled. But if you want your own officers, you have to select board of officers for the same. Next, board of officers. Next is, how do you want to evaluate the bid? You want total value-wise evaluation, that is of all the vendors who have participated, the L1 would be who's giving of the total all the three products, who is giving at the least price will be that. Next is item wise evaluation. So for three items, it could be that there are three different L1s if you want this. Item wise consignee wise evaluation. So I have selected different items for different consignees. So if you want this, then what will happen is for computers, it might be that different consignees might have a different price. And lastly, group wise. So if there are items are of different groups in nature, then one group mm, can be one group vendor who is giving a lowest quotation for one group will be considered L1 for that group, and so on and so forth. So you can select any of them. However, most of the department use the first option only because that is the least hassle involved. Next is the time to be allowed for to the seller for technical clarifications during technical evaluation. Minimum timeline is 2 days, and maximum timeline goes to uh, so the maximum timeline goes to 20 days. So when the technical evaluation is going on, the bidder can ask for clarification from you also if required, and this timeline will need to be adhered to. That is, the system will not allow you to open the or finalize the technical bid until this timeline is over, and this is mandatory to select. 2 is the minimum number which you have to select. You can select more if you want. Next is the bid estimated value. As I was telling you that the items which you are adding in cart, their value is the bid estimated value. This value can be edited from this option, and this value only affects the below parameters, that is the eligibility participant eligibility criteria. You can see these options: and bidder annual turnover, bid average annual turnover of OEM. So these are the two criteria it will affect. For bidder turnover, you can keep it 50% of the estimated value. So if it is 32 lakhs, you can keep it at 16 lakhs. For OEM, you can keep it at 400. That's 4 times that value. So this will be 4 times this. That will be 1 crores 20 lakhs for an OEM if they need to participate. Apart from that, you also when you change the estimated value, the price of the EMD will also change, because system will consider this price bid estimated value for creation of EMD. Next, you have to select a primary product category, because this is a bunch bid. So in a bunch bid, for experience criteria, which you can see in here, for this system will consider the documents of or you will have to consider documents of one particular parameter. Computers, I think, is the most important out of these three. So which is the primary of category. So I'll select desktop computers as the primary category. I could have selected anyone, but kindly make sure that you select the right kind of category, because if I select pen drives, then it will be very I mean, shouldn't it would not go with the spirit of the bid. So kindly consider that while creating the bid. Next is the participants eligibility criteria. You can, as I told you, you can mention the uh, annual turnover, at 50% of the above value, which is 16 lakhs. If you want, you can type in the number 16 lakh rupees. Here you can keep it at 4 times, which is 1 crores and 20 lakhs. Then experience criteria, you can keep it at 3, and past performance, that is the vendor should have done 80% of the order of the primary product category in the past 3 years. That is, if I've asked for 10 computers, so he should have supplied at least 8 computers in one government department in the last 3 years. Documents required from seller. If I click on yes, I will be able to select the criteria whichever for which I want the documents. For example, experience criteria, I've selected 3 years. If I want document for this, I'll click here. Past performance, I want document, yes. Bidder turnover, if I want, I can click. If I want, I can skip also. Certificate requested in ATC, additional terms and conditions. If you are going to ask for some specific certificates later on, you can select here. OEM authorization certificate, OEM annual turnover. If you require additional documents requested in ATC, if any, or if you want, you can click on no and no documents will be asked from the vendor. If you click on no and there is no documents, then later on after making the bid live, you cannot ask the vendors to upload those documents. You have to give the option here and only, because then only GeM gives them the option to upload that during the bidding process. Otherwise, they will not even get an option to upload anything during the bidding process. Next is if you want to give an exemption to verified MSC, yes or no. You can view the order in this regard here, but that is up to you. And when you click on yes, you will get an option to select either yes or turnover or both. And the next one is for startups. You can see and move ahead. You have to click on generate key, but that is only a one type process in one account. The first time you have done it, it will never ask you to do it again. Click on save. So since I have selected OEM turnover, so system will ask me to select the document also for the same. Otherwise, I will have to say 0 here. Right. So after saving that, we'll go to the EMD and PBG details, honest money deposit and payment bank guarantee. EMD you can select from here as yes, then select an advisory bank. This is an advisory to the vendor to upload the necessary EMD in this bank. GeM already has accounts linked in all of these banks. They will just have to get that EMD submitted in this bank, and the percentage, which can be anywhere from 0.5 to 5% of the bid estimated value, system will automatically calculate it. However, keep in mind that Department of Expenditure has written an OM on 12th of November last year that till 31st of March, no EMD has to be taken. The latest copy is here. If you want, you can have a look at it. And similarly, for PBG, there's a similar option. You have to select the advisory bank. I'm selecting any, and EMD percentage, which is, you can keep it anywhere from 1 to 1 to 10%. I can keep it at 10. And here you have to select the duration of the PBG. It has to be 2 months more than your warranty period. So if I've selected a warranty of, let us say, 3 years, then I have to go for 38. However, keep in mind that Department of Expenditure has written a letter, which an OM, which states that you can keep the PBG maximum at 3%. This letter is also enclosed here. If you want, you can have a look at it and take a copy for your officer also, the presiding officer, if they require it. And I can keep them at no. Click on save. Move to the next option, which is splitting. There are three kinds of splitting here. One is the normal splitting between L1, L2, and L3, and here you can mention any L1, L2, L3, L4, L5, whatever, and what is the criteria in which the quantity will be distributed. Kindly keep in mind that use this option only when the quality is so much that the quantity is so much that one vendor cannot deliver it. Next is the MII, that is the Make in India procurement. If you want to reserve this, you should click on yes. If you want to give purchase preference, you can select yes. If you don't want to, you can click on no. Similarly, next is the MSC, that is the micro small enterprises status. Herein also, if you want to reserve procurement, you can select yes, or if you don't want to, you can select no. For purchase preference, you can select and no. I'll not go into the details of these policies. Both of them, you can find them online and have a look at it and understand how MSC and Make in India work. And lastly, we come to what is called as the ATC, that is the additional terms and conditions, which you can make a part of this particular bid, like inspection, which we have selected for. So when I click on inspection, there are some criteria for pre-dispatch inspection and nominated inspection agency. These are the two things which I can select. If I want, I'll click on add and they will become a part of my bid. Similarly, one important aspect when it comes to product is scope of supply. When you click on scope of supply, there's only one clause. You add it to your bid, and this clause, what it says is that scope of supply of the bid should include all cost components, and there are three options here: supply, installation, testing, and commissioning. Supply, installation, testing, commissioning, training of operators, and providing statutory clearances, if any, and only supply of goods. So basically, it gives an instruction to the seller that I want printers and computers, and but if I select supply and installation, testing, and commissioning, then they would have to not only bring them, they would also have to assemble or put them up, and after they have showed me the working condition, then only that will be considered delivered. If I only click on supply of goods, then they will simply deliver it to my place, and that is it. Their work is done. So this is so that they can uh, give a better price depending on this criteria. Similarly, for this, uh, the parameters for pre-dispatch and post-dispatch, I can, if I want, I can write here what are the SLA parameters. Over and above that, this is for the nominated agency. It could be board of officers which you have selected or any third party. If I want to delete any, I could click on this red button and this will be deleted. After this, I have to click on submit. These clauses are saved. This is the last page. I click on I agree to terms and conditions. System will create my bid document in PDF. I can have a look at it. If I want, if I think there is something which needs to be edited, I can edit anything from 2 to 6. Specifications are the ones that are fixed. I cannot change anything into that. Rest everything I can change before making it live. To make it live, either I have to verify OTP and publish, or e-sign and publishes. E-mudra, e-signature is required for this. And the upper one is simply via an OTP which comes to my mobile linked with this particular account. So that was the comprehensive bidding details. I would also want to show you one thing before I end the session from my side. That is the dashboard. Now on dashboard, you will be able to see all the product orders and the service orders which have been given to you. Under product orders, you will see them both as a buyer view and a consignee view. That is, whatever role you have, you will have to go through that role and look at it. So if you are only a consignee for one item, then you will have to create a PRC and CRAC for that item. If you are also a buyer of that item, or only a buyer and not a consignee, then in that case you will also be asked to make a draft bill, save a draft bill here. Then similarly, there are two things here which are interconnected. One is all cards and one is all demands. So items which I have had put into the cart, you can see there are no items here, because all of the items I have moved from there to the buying part, and those are now considered as demands on GeM. If I click on all demands, herein I'll be able to see all of them. So you can see I had placed these orders today on 10th only. These 3 orders, there are, if I want to process them further, I can click on process demand and system will take me to the page where I had left it from. I had left it at the financial details page, so it will take me straight to there. However, if I do not want to process them any further, I will go to all demands and I would, I would go to all demands and then I will just have to click on decline demands. This is, see, this is option is there, decline demand, and the next one also I decline demand. Beyond this was done earlier, but the timeline has passed, so only you have the option of decline demand, not to process the demand. This, there is no option because this is a bid which we have created and it has not been finalized as of yet. Similarly, next is the bills. It will only show to a buyer and a payment officer if you need to process the bills or save a draft bill or something which has been inspected by the CRAC, inspected by the consignee, and they have generated a CRAC. You have to click here. Incidents, this is very important. I told you earlier that incident is when you create a complaint against any other vendor who is not working as per the terms and conditions of GeM, you can create an incident here, and also they can create an incident against you. So kindly keep this in mind. Then all of the cards which you have created on the system while buying will be shown here. At one time, there can be a maximum of 25 cards. Then lastly, there is something called requests. Herein, you can request GeM for three things. First is the request for bid corrigendum. So in the bid, there are three types of rules. Firstly, there are the GeM terms and conditions, which are by default a part of every bid. Then there is something called special terms and conditions. That is for a particular category created by a ministry or department, a particular notification or OM, which you can see, which neither you can edit, neither GeM can edit. That is for all departments to follow in Government of India. And lastly, there are additional terms and conditions which you can add from the ATC library. This special term and condition which I'm talking about, you will see in the ATC library only. It will be written there by default. And now after all of that, you still find that you require some special terms and conditions to be a part of your bid. Then you have to click on request for bid corrigendum. Now this will only work when there is a bid which has been made live. You can see here the system says you do not have any published bid to generate the ATC request. Please publish the bid to generate the ATC request. If you have published the bid, then what you have to do is you just have to here under clauses, you have to write the clause text and add clauses. You can add multiple clauses. It will keep on numbering them as you go forward. It will keep on numbering them, and they, once they have been approved by GeM, they will be added to your bid to make live. You will have to upload the approval of your competent authority while creating a request for corrigendum. Then only we will consider them. And after these corrigendum has been issued, you will have to give 1 week's time more. If the bid is ending tomorrow and corrigendum has been approved today, then I will have to shift the time to 6 more days to make it 1 week in total. Now next thing is request for category upgradation. Herein there is an existing category on GeM and you want some changes to be made to that particular category. As you can see, you will go step by step. You will first select either it is a product or a service. If it is a product, system will give you a list of all the products which are available. You find your particular category which suits, which you want to update. You click on that category, pick it up, and give the description of the changes which you require. You can upload documents supporting your request here. Here there is no approval of competent authority required. Then lastly, there is new category creation option. Herein you will have to select again the type of category, product or service. When you select that, after that you will have to give the category name. You will click here to get the download of format. This will be an Excel file which we have downloaded. You have to fill that up and upload it here and then send it to us. We will get that product or service added as quickly as possible. And lastly, there is something which is very new, which is called a GeM availability report. Now, and earlier also, it was mandatory that whatever is on GeM needs to be procured on GeM only. Now, GeM gives an availability report that this product is not available on GeM. You have to take out the GeM availability report before moving to any other portal like CPP, for example. If you want to uh, uh, put this tender on CPP portal, that is the Central Public Procurement Portal. So you will have to give a GeM availability report there, the GeM availability report ID. Then only you can publish your tender there. So this was the comprehensive session from my side about the buying process. Now we can move to the question and answers.
Thank you, Mr. Kush. It was such a valuable session. Uh, Before proceeding to the question answer session, some participants have asked to please show a demonstration of service procurements, because
Okay.
many of our colleges have received funds under browsing center creation or library automation. So there is a possibility that we have learned
Okay,
that
okay.
we can procure these
Sure.
things through GEM. Yes. So how to
Not
go
a
for it,
problem.
sir?
So the process remains the same. However, there is a few tweaks which it come when it comes to services. So I will uh, take you to one process of the same. I'll go to market. Now I have to select services. If you can see again from market, I have to select services because by default GEM is searching for products. Now when I come to services, these are the different kinds of services which are available on the portal. I want to search for a service. I'll click here and search for a service. Let us take human resource service, for example, or any particular service which you're looking for. I'll just take human resource outsourcing service. Oh, sorry, manpower outsourcing services. So I click on manpower outsourcing services, fixed remuneration. So for any service, kindly first read the service level agreement and packages. So it gives, this document will give a brief but complete scope of all the uh, services which are covered under this. What are the obligations which the buyer has to do, what the seller has to do. You can see service providers obligation. Similarly, there will also be mm, buyers buyers obligations, service tracking, attendance sheet log, or and penalties. Everything, even the penalties are written here in detail. Delay in payment of take home remuneration by service provider and deposit of EPF and ESI. If they do it late, then 100 per day for each default warning. And there are different, you can see there are different penalties which they have written and what is the amount you can deduct. Payment conditions also and payment cycle. All of these are here. Now for service, I have to first select the contract start date and the end date. So I want it for 1 year, starting 1st April, and the end date has to be next year, 2022, in March, on 31st March. So that is 1 year. Now, this is the number of months in which the deployment has to be there. We have to fill up all these charges: basic pay, provident fund, ESI. I am just putting in numbers. These might or might not fit because government has fixed all of these up, but I'm just For example, filling all of them up. Now, if there are allowances which you need to give, you have to fill them up. Otherwise, you can fill 0. Any titles for optional allowance? If you want, you can write. Just, I am just filling it up quickly. Kindly do not take it as the norm, right? So this is one thing which I have fixed. Then I have to, like for a product, I have to select consignees, and in this case, number of resources. It could be like last time, different colleges could have one or more. However I want. When I click on search, it will show me the options here, right? And these are all the options which are there. Plus, apart from that, I can select other things also. What is the type of function from the person which I'm hiring? Admin, finance, IT, non-IT, healthcare, others. List of profiles which are there. There is a comprehensive list of profile. I mean, it is so huge. I was also myself surprised. So administrative operator, data entry operator, stenographer, receptionist, secretary. These are so many uh, profiles which you can select from. You can select any or one if you want. Let us say I just want, I mean, there's so many, we just need to pick one. I'll take accounting operator. Now, after that, education qualification. So if not required, maybe for a lower position, we do not require. For an accounting operator, we require at least a graduate. So we'll take a graduate. Then for specialization, what is the specialization of the particular resource person which is going to come? So since it's account, we would want as commerce, let us say. Then after commerce, what is the post graduation, which is required or not required? If it is required, then what is the post graduation? We'll select commerce again. Lastly, experience. 3 to 7 years, 7 to 10 years, whatever. I select this. Certification training if required. Administrative, MSc, startup, and service provider registered address. If you want, you can give. Now, like last time, you have to compare the options. This is, you click on add to compare functions. Type of functions. I have not selected this. I'll select finance and accounts. And now we'll click on add to compare like we did in a the product. These are 3 for compare. I click on compare and I can go ahead and buy any of the 3 like last time. This is L1, so I can directly buy it. For the rest of the 3, we require what do you call that, bid to be created. I hope that was clear. So for every
Yes, sir.
different kind of services, there will be different parameters. That is the only difference. Uh,
Right, sir.
for
This is this service market. I think it requires another workshop because it is such a huge thing,
yes,
and we
probably.
don't have much experience in it.
Yes, we can have another workshop if required for services.
Right. Thank you so much. Another thing I want to ask is, can we extend this workshop by half an hour? Because I have, I think, 20 questions regarding to bidding.
Yes, yes, not a problem. We'll try and take up all the questions.
Yeah, but before that, some participants might have to leave. So I will ask the participants that I have shared the attendance link in the chat box. So please fill in the attendance link. After 1 or 2 days, inshallah, you will receive, those people who have filled the attendance link will receive their e-certificates.
And
And
also, just sorry to interlude here. Uh, I am also sharing a link. All of the people who have participated, they can go and register on this link, and they will get a participation certificate from GeM also.
okay, so there is another link which is from GeM. So you can get a GeM portal participation certificate. So for that, the link has been shared by Mr. Kushtagi. You can also use that. Here it is. I have also posted it. So अगर कोई जाना चाहता है, because the timing of the workshop was only up to 2 p.m. so they can leave, but can have this, can extend this workshop by half an hour. इस आधे घंटे में हम और questions जो हमें अभी तक आए हैं हम ले सकते हैं. अगर आप जाना चाहते हैं कोई भी, you can leave, और आप the question answer session you can later on see on YouTube also. In the meantime, अगर आपके कुछ सवालात हैं आप इसमें यहाँ पे chat box में post कर सकते हैं. So I would request Dr. Tariq Bashir sir to please hold on for another half an hour. So we'll close the session at 2:30. But as I have said, I have already shared the attendance link. So attendance link share कर दी है मैंने. अगर आप में से कोई जाना चाहते हैं तो attendance link भर के आप जा सकते हैं. Thank you very much everybody join करने के लिए. So we will now start the question answer session. किसी का भी पास कोई भी सवाल है प्लीज चैट बॉक्स में पोस्ट करें, और अगर कोई कुछ खुद बात करना चाहता है ट्रेनर के साथ तो प्लीज चैट बॉक्स में रिक्वेस्ट डाल दे अपना नाम और कॉलेज का नाम लेकर. राइट. सो सर एक और एक यूजर ने लिखा है कि अगर इफ वी हैव प्लेस्ड an order for, if the seller doesn't deliver the item or if the seller sends a wrong item, so what can I do?
So if the seller doesn't send the item, then in that case, you can create an incident against that particular vendor. Uh, any which ways, after creating the order, you'll get the details of the vendor. You can call them up or and ask them, or write an email to me, or whatever you feel like, whichever way you want to communicate that what is the reason for the delay. And if they send a wrong item, then in that case, it is very simple. You have to reject the item. The consignee will reject the item, stating that it was the wrong item. In that case, the vendor will come, take that product from your location, and if you are okay with that, they will supply a new product.
Okay. So another question is that in direct purchase in L1, what is the scope of the supply? Is it only supply, or is it supply and installation in
Again,
direct L1 purchase?
yes. So I had given the example of computers, uh, but there are in categories like, let us say, AC. If you go there, there will be an option of with installation or without installation in direct purchase also.
Right. Otherwise, there is only supply.
Yes,
Is it?
otherwise it only supply. Where there is no such option of delivery and installation, there it is only supply.
So that means it is better to create a bid if we have to ensure that the particular item that we are ordering should also be installed.
Yes,
Yes.
if
So
if there is no installation as a filter available, because in a lot of products installation is given as a filter also,
all right,
and
all
the
right.
price will change when you apply that filter.
Right. So bid is a more powerful option. We have seen many of our colleges do not prefer to go for bidding. They rather prefer to go for L1 purchases rather than going for bidding because it feels very complicated to them. But as far my experience goes and as far as other people's experience goes, bidding is a much safer process because we have the provision of ATC, we have a provision for going for local suppliers and all of that. So it is a much more powerful process, and it also gives us a much better price, isn't it?
Yes, I would agree, and it is much more transparent also as compared to L1
Right.
bidding, and flexible also. It is much flexible as compared to the, because you can add your terms and conditions also, which are not there
Oh,
available in the direct purchase section.
okay. Another question from Mr. Zohair Bajaj is that are MSMEs exempted from EMD if that firm is not an OEM?
No, first of all, MSME are of two types. One is manufacturers and other are service providers. Anybody who's a reseller, or rather, let me put it this way, you are considered an MSE only for the product for which you have a certificate. So, for example, I am making clothes and I am an MSME registered for clothes. Now, I am participating in a tender for shoes. So I cannot be given the same exemption in shoes also because I am an MSc only for clothes.
Right, right. So I think that answers that question. Another question is, if a user does something by mistake in GeM, for example, he generates a CRAC for another product rather than generating it for another. So if he does that mistake or makes a wrong order, so what should that user do?
So he generates a CRAC. That's what
He
you said.
generates a CRAC for a different product than the one that has been received, for
Uh,
example, or mistakes of such kind.
See, but then that will have to be taken on that case basis. So if the product has not yet been delivered, right, and the CRAC has been generated, then even if it is delivered after some time, shouldn't be a problem. But in a extreme case, if you have generated a CREC and the product will is not delivered and the seller is not ready to deliver also, then that officer will be in a fix.
Yes. So how to proceed in with such cases? Can we write to GeM support?
Yes, you can write to GeM support stating the first thing which you should do is write to help desk and stating the order number and saying that by mistake we have done this. Even at a later stage, if he delivers, you can go ahead and process the order. That shouldn't be a problem. But just to keep GeM in the loop so that tomorrow nobody says that you had done it with an ill intent, right?
Right.
Mostly it will never happen that you have generated a CRAC beforehand because option will only come when it has been dispatched from the vendor. System will show that it has been dispatched, then only it will give you an option to create a PRC and then a CRAC.
Right. Right. We understand. So if anything is done by mistake, the user should first write to the help desk.
You take a
Right.
screenshot of it that this is the error which we have done. Maybe that error will not affect. It is between you and the vendor and the payment. But
Right.
just write it on to be on a safer side.
Right. Right. Fine. So I hope that answers that question. Okay. The another question is, can we purchase a generator below 50, below 5 lakh rupees by direct purchase? So I think yes, that has been answered. Below 5 lakh, anything can be purchased. But again, I have, Sir Kush, Mr. Kush, I would like to add that I have seen a trend happening here that if any product is more than 5 lakh, people try to compromise on quality by choosing a product which is below 5 lakh just to avoid bidding, just to go for direct purchase. So I think that should not be done. We should always try to go for a good quality product if we do have the funds available, rather than having to avoid bidding process and going for L1. So I think that
Right, I
has been answered.
completely agree with that. If I don't know why this is happening, that people are not going for bids. If you're saying so, then this is not a good trend. In fact, bids are the most uh, easiest way of buying everything. Very flexible, very transparent, gives a better price than direct purchase. So I would say that department should buy more and more items through bid rather than uh,
Right,
direct purchase.
right. Another question is it an issue that if a department creates multiple bids and cancels and creates and cancels and creates just for seeing what the prices will be and then again going for a bid, is it illegal to do that?
Well, see, it's not illegal, but so there are two sides to it. If you are just creating a bid and not making it live, then there is no problem. You can create any number which you want. But if you have made it live, seen the price, and then said no to it, and then again you create a bid and then say no to it, then you should have a valid reason for not going ahead with awarding the bid. That reason could be anything. Maybe the item is not required any longer, or maybe the price which you found was not as per your budget. Whatever the reason is, that should be there. You cannot, on your whims and fantasies, just uh, create another bid without ending the first bid or cancel one bid. Just there could be a mistake which you have made in the earlier bid. For that, it's okay. But if you keep on doing it multiple times, let us say you create 20 bids and cancel all of them after the L1 is opened, then there could be a vendor who can complain about this behavior, right?
Okay. Right.
Because multiple bids of the same item and being rejected continuously, there could be a reason which could be asked from you.
All right. Another question is that I think this is a policy question. Still, I would like to put it up that uh, a department has received funds for a browsing center and they need a 15 kVA genset and it costs only 3.5 lakh. But our department, the higher education department, has recently issued a circular to go for bids and not direct purchases. He's asking why has the department asked to go for a bid rather than going for direct purchase. I think this is a policy question which has been decided by the department. I think this has been done in order to give maximum benefit to people to ensure maximum participation. What happens in L1 is most of the many people have tied up with one particular vendor and they do something and they create his L1 link. I think to avoid that, the department has done this, but I don't know. This is a departmental and a policy question. I don't think Mr. Kush can answer that. Another question, Mr. Kush, is if in a bid, L1, an order has gone to L1, but he refuses to supply, how to give the order to L2?
Uh, Now there is a problem here, that if at the stage of price bid opening, he says no to it, because when a vendor comes L1 and then they would be given a notification saying that they are not they are L1 and they feel that they want to withdraw. If they withdraw, that stage, there will be an option which if you write to GeM that the L2 is made the L1. But if after giving the order then the vendor says no to it, then nothing can be happen. You have to, nothing can happen. You have to create another bid.
Okay, so in that case, we
Only,
have to create an incident against that vendor.
and also cut the EMD if you have taken it,
Okay,
and the PBG if that has also been taken, and create an incident also.
okay.
Because
So,
GeM has now started to take caution money from vendor. So you take the EMD, we will also cut their caution money, and in fact basis the incident we can penalize them or suspend their account also. So there will be a multi-pronged process against them in case of them doing such a thing.
okay, sir. The another question is that when opening a bid, we get a notification that we can enable the L1 price match option. How to enable that? How to enable the L1 price match option that L2, L3, L4 will be given an option to match the L1 price. So
uh,
how to do that?
it will uh, can you repeat the first part of the question? I couldn't
So when
listen.
we open the financial bid,
Mhm.
at the last page, we get a I think a panel that says the actions permitted now are to enable the L1 to other bidders can match the L1 price, but there is no such button which enables to do that. How to do that?
So see, that is something called negotiation.
Right. Hello, Mr. Kush. I think your voice is not.
Yeah, hello.
Yes. You're
Yes, yes.
online again.
Yeah. So I was saying that if there are there negotiation, that is something called negotiations. For that you can write to GeM that the final L1 price has come but we want further negotiations. But I would also suggest that rather than that, if you create an RA then all the vendors who are involved will be able to give a price lower than the L1 current L1 price. So basically, what happens, I'll just uh, explain the reverse auction process a little more. That in reverse auction, the current L1 is shown to all the vendors who are participating. So first, the vendors will give their technical bids. Uh, I, as a department, will shortlist them, and all the people who have been shortlisted will now be able to participate in reverse auction. So reverse auction will start from a reference price set by the department. In the case which we have just taken, it will be the carted price. The estimated value is the price from which the bidding will start and will go towards a lower direction. So, for example, three of us have qualified, and the reference price was 10,000. Now I put in a price of 9,990. So I will be the L1. The rest of the two can see, and if they want, they can give a lower price than that. So whatever time was given for reverse auction, at the end of that, whoever has given the lowest price will become the L1. So in this case, through this, L2 and L3 all will get an option to give a price lower than the L1 price.
Right. Okay. Another question, related question to this is, what is the difference between RA and bid to RA?
So I think I have just answered that, but in bid, the price bid is open once and it has been fixed. So everybody has put in their technical bids and price bids at the same time.
Sir, I think the person wants to know that when we create a bid, after proceeding to check out, we are asked whether to create a bid or an RA. One, what is the difference there? And the second, when we have created a bid, we get an option. Do you want to take this bid to post RA technical evaluation? Is it the
Right.
same or is there any difference?
Yeah. So when you create only an array, then you will not be able to go for a bid. It will be directly an array which will happen, and the process which I told will be told just now for array will start automatically. Now, when we go for a bid and array, what happens is after a bid is opened, the L1 price will be shown to us, and on that L1 price, again the bidders who were participated can uh, compete with each other and give a lower price. L2, L3 can also give a lower price than L1 for RA after the bid has been done. So bid to RA in practicality is the best way to go ahead for a procurement procedure.
All right. Another question asked by Dr. Ifat is, what is the difference between EMD and EPBG?
So EMD is earnest money deposit and PPG is payment bank guarantee. So EMD is taken from all the vendors who are participating in the bid, and PBG is taken only from the successful vendor. And a payment bank guarantee is a bank guarantee which states that the vendor who is working uh, gives us some money which we'll keep till the running of the contract and return it at the end of it. If during the running of the contract, if any penalty has to be imposed, we can cut it from that amount or his payment, whatever is required. And EMD is only for the duration of the bid. After the bid has ended, we have to return the EMD of all the vendors who have participated.
Okay. Okay. All right. Another question is that certain colleges have put EMD, but vendors are coming up uh, with the representations that there is an EMD exemption by the government of India. So they are asking them to give the EMD exemption on the basis of that. So is that necessary to give that EMD exemption?
See that EMD exemption has been given there, but if your state has made or union territory has made laws, specific laws for that, then I mean you will have to check with your legal section for that. That you will have to follow those rules, or you can go ahead with your own rules.
Okay. Another question is it possible to enable individual item bidding for bunch bid instead of all items? I think he means that is it possible if we create a bunch bid so one seller can bid for one, another seller can bid for only one, not all of the but? Is it possible?
No, no, no. If you remember, during that the what do you call that? undertaking which had come, which you had to confirm, it was written that all the items have to be taken from one seller,
Okay.
right? So
All
the
right.
seller has to bid for all of them. He might get a part order out of it. That's a different thing. If you choose to, let us say, uh, group wise L1, if you take group wise L1, so he might get only a part order, but he
Fine.
has to, apply for all the items, not single items.
Okay. So another question related to the bunch bid is, how do we create a group in a bunch bid?
So group is of similar items, same natured items, and there is a functionality which will be given soon to the buyer. However, as of now, all the similar natured items will be considered as groups.
Okay. Another question is in bunch bidding is, what do we mean by the primary product? Does it affect the bidding process in any way?
So the primary product is only used for the experience criteria. That is it. Otherwise, it doesn't affect the bidding process in any other way.
Okay. Regarding the primary product, if a user has mentioned in the ATC that a manufacturer authorization is required, so is it required only for the primary product, or all of the products do require an OEM authorization?
No, as that I'll again repeat myself that primary product is only for experience criteria. OEM
Okay.
authorization has to be given for all the items. It is not that they only need to give it for one item.
Okay. All right. Another question is that if we have previously placed an order on the basis of a successful bid, suppose we have ordered 10 items. Now the seller has delivered those 10 items, and tomorrow, and after some time we decide to buy more of those items from the same seller. How do we proceed it on GeM? So how to
See,
increase the quantity after delivery?
yes. Herein, what GeM has done is in the ATC there is an option which you can select that you can increase the order quantity by 25%.
Right.
But that is during the duration of the contract.
Right.
So if the contract has ended or if the product which needed to be delivered has been delivered, then in that case that option will not be available. But if it has not been, for example, you have ordered and after ordering the delivery time was 30 days, after 15 days you realize that I need more items. So that time you can do it.
So how to do that, sir?
So when you have asked for that option to be available, as of now it is being done manually. You can ask, you can write to GeM giving the order number that we need to increase the quantity. A link will be shared with you and you will be able to do it. But I think very soon it will be given on the system itself. You can do it from the system only. When you have
All right.
selected it, there will be an option to increase products. You will be able to do it from your dashboard only. Right now, you have to just write an email to the help desk that this is the order number and you have to mention the quantity which you need to increase it by.
Right. Right. Okay. Another question is, uh, right. If a person puts additional parameters in a bid, which are not mentioned in the GeM comprehensive list of specifications, how does that person evaluate those additional parameters?
See, again, that depends on the parameters. Evaluation depends on the parameters. If they have asked for any special kind of certificate, then that vendor will have to upload that certificate. I mean, that is a very ambiguous question. That
Oh,
criteria which they have, whatever criteria they have said, that needs to be. I don't know how it can be mapped, but depends on the criteria. Like I gave an example that they required a BIS licensing certificate, for example, in the corrigendum. Then the vendor will upload it during the bid.
all right. All right. I understand. So the certificate has to be asked. For example, the data sheet can be asked. All right. Another question asked by another user is, if a GeM user has placed an order, can another user from another organization use the same reference to purchase the product from the same seller?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. But in order to save time,
Yeah, they'll have to place the order completely again.
they have to bid again. They cannot refer
Yeah,
to an
bid.
existing
Yes,
bid.
whatever the mode of the order was, they have to it will be a separate order. They cannot do anything with any other organization's order.
Another question asked is, what is a custom bid? And does a category need to be mentioned in a custom bid? And how will a seller bid for it if it is not anywhere in the GeM?
So I'll just take some time to explain it to you. Mm, the
Custom
custom
bid,
bid
I think
is
many users are asking for custom bid because there is often a complaint that a particular product is not available on GeM.
yes,
So can custom bid help in
yes,
that?
yes. In fact, custom bid was given for items which are not available on the portal at all, right? So only for those items you can create a custom bid. For items which are available, you cannot. You can only change the specifications. So I had shown an tab called GeM availability report. So under GeM availability report, what happens is that
Are you sharing your screen, sir? Because we cannot see it.
no, I have not shared my screen.
Okay.
Uh, there is a PPT on it. If you want, I'll quickly go through it. How to create a custom bid, and
So we can have a separate session, I think, because
yes,
participants
I'll
will
just
otherwise.
verbally tell you how it goes. Otherwise, I can show during the session also how to.
So we can go it with the service next, inshallah.
Yes,
Right now,
so
we
we
could
can
just
cover both of them. It's service during that service, we'll also be able to cover the custom bid.
right, sir. Right. So custom bid is an option that if a product is not available on GeM, but we still want to go for it. For example, we go for e-tendering, so it is possible.
Right. It
So
is very similar to e-tendering, but now you have to give all the parameters on the GeM itself.
right. So there is another question. I don't. It is a very complicated question that in GeM there was a news of a RFP tool. So what is an RFP tool?
See, that RFP tool is not made live yet. It is still under development, and it will be for service works. Right.
Okay.
So as of now on GeM, there are only two aspects: products and services. We are now planning to bring works on the tender as well. So as and
Okay.
when it will be made live on the tender, or on the on the portal, the users will come to know. As of now, it is only being worked upon.
Another question is what is the sample clause? And there was a talk of an inspection, pre-inspection and post-inspection. And will the, for example, if an organization wants to go for a sample or an inspection of a product, will the seller charge the buyer for providing that sample? Will the bidder?
So these are two different uh, questions which are combined. So for sample, yes, a department can ask a sample, and if the sample is approved, then the cost of that sample will be included in the total cost of the product. So for example, if I ask for 2000 t-shirts and if I need 20 to be delivered as sample, so all the ones which are passed will be counted as delivery. So I hope that answers.
Right. So what if is
And
the pre-inspection clause,
yes,
is it done on the seller premises or in the buyer premises?
pre-dispatch inspection is done on the seller premises, but for that the uh, buyer will have to create a team and send on his own. Vendor will not pay or do anything in that regard.
All right. Okay. Another question is that a college has created a bid and only two participants have come. There are only two participations. Can we place the order to the L1 seller?
See, GeM states that there has to be at least two different OEMs and three sellers. But however, if your approval from competent authority is there, GeM will open the bid, but you will have to upload your competent authority's approval for opening such a bid.
Okay. 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 Right. Another question is that many colleges want to order furniture on GeM, but we have seen that it is risky because many colleges have got substandard furniture. So how to create a bid that in which one ensures that one can see the furniture before getting delivered? And
See,
I think
as I told you, pre-dispatch inspection is one way to go and see if the product which are being to sold to you is right or not.
okay, right. Uh, a related question is if we reject a sample, or in pre-dispatch, if we go for rejection, if the team rejects a sample and the seller complains why my item has been rejected and another person's item has been accepted, is it a problem for the department?
See, there is a uh, representation time which is given to the vendor, during which you have to answer that representation, right?
Okay.
So apart from that, if a vendor raises a complaint or an incident against a department, then we might have to look into it. But generally, if I talk practically, I've not seen that happening on GeM. People generally don't do that because the terms and conditions are very clear.
Okay. Right. Another question is that if we have a budget of more than rupees 5 lakh for similar type of products, can we place two direct orders after generating compare sheet, or bidding is compulsory? I think what he means to ask is, for example, we want to place a product, an order for 20 computers. So the total amount goes above 5 lakh. So in order to avoid bidding, I will split the order into two direct L1s. So is it all right, or bidding
No,
is
no,
compulsory?
no. That is piecemeal. That is in GeM terms. It's called piecemeal. That you are breaking down the order so that you can buy it in a different procurement method. That is not allowed. That is strictly. In fact, in the GFR also it is mentioned that it's not allowed.
Okay. So it's not allowed. Legally, it's not allowed, but I think GeM will allow it.
N- uh, yes, if you go placing that order, GeM will allow it. But however, during audit, if that is caught, then you will be put under
Again,
scrutiny.
again, this question reflects the concern that many colleges are preferring direct purchases over bids. That's the cause of concern, and that should not be the case, because bidding is always more useful and safe for the administration than going for direct purchases. And it has so many clauses which we can add, which add to the safety of the product.
Right.
Anyway, you answered a question previously. The person who had asked has is apologizing. He says, I could not hear the answer. That is the question you had answered about, if only two sellers have participated in the bid. So could you please repeat that answer, Mr. Kush?
If there are only two suppliers who have participated, then to open that bid, you would have to upload a approval from your competent authority. Otherwise, GeM will not open that bid.
All right. Another question is, during bid creation, there is an option to upload the quality assurance plan document. So what is that?
See, that is if you want an special inspection, pre-dispatch or post-dispatch inspection, which you are going to do, and you want some special quality parameters which you will check. So you can mention those parameters. Basically, it is a quality check document which you send to them, telling the vendor that your inspection will be done basis this inspection chart or basis these things. So they will have to adhere to all of those points which you have mentioned.
All right. Another question is that often we ask for, in during creation of a bid, we often ask for the turnover of a seller. But GeM does not provide any option to see the turnover directly. Rather, we have to go through all the pages that the person supplies in the bid document, and it's very cumbersome. Is it possible to check the turnover of a supplier, of a seller directly from GeM somehow?
See, during the time when I was explaining direct purchase and those filters, therein it was mentioned. I told you that we have integrated with income tax department directly. So a vendor cannot lie about their turnover or their income tax return, anything, because that is directly integrated on a real time basis. So I'll tell you that if you have asked for a turnover of, let us say, 20 CR, right?
Right.
The system will not allow a vendor who has a lower turnover to participate if you have
Oh,
segregated in the first end.
Okay, so the system automatically ensures that the turnover. We don't need to
Yes,
check
yes,
the all the documents one by one.
yes,
But we cannot do that in case of experience. The experience clause is a little bit vague. How to check the experience?
yes. For experience, there is, we can only check data which is being captured electronically somewhere, like Aadhaar, PAN card, income tax returns. This data is easily available. Experience is again something which is vague. There is no one particular agency, let us say government agency, which is keeping a track of all the experience. So that anyways a department will have to do.
Okay, is there is no option to check the experience or the number of orders that a seller has supplied over GeM?
Yes, the GEM experience which they have done on GEM, as of now, we have no certain tool for that.
Right, right. Okay. Another question is, in the screen when we create a bid in the splitting of screen, there is an option for local content, add or view. What is it about? It asks for a document.
Yeah, that is a make in India purchase policy. I would again at that time also I had said that I would request kindly go to through the MII policy.
Okay.
Basically, local content is divided into two categories, one and two, local supplier one and local supplier two. So in local supplier category one, anybody who has 50% or more of content made in India, right? For
Right.
example, I've made a bike and more than 50% of its components were made in India, then I'll be as a class one supplier and I can get a purchase preference under that. For class two, it will be anywhere from between 20 to 50%. Less than 20% will not be considered made in India.
Okay.
And for
Another question.
details, you can read through the Make in India policy.
Okay. Another question related to it is that if we, I think you have answered it, but the person needs a little bit more detailed answer. That if we want to reserve an order for J&K sellers only in bid, how
Hmm.
to go for it? So, we want to reserve a bid only for J&K sellers.
So I told you that in the bid there is an option wherein you can select that only those vendors who have a office in the state will participate in this bid.
Yeah. What option is that? Is that a ATC condition?
ATC, yes, it is an ATC clause.
Okay. So if a person wants to reserve an order for J&K sellers only,
Yes,
provided that the rules permit that, then they can choose that from the
yes,
ATC.
they can choose that, and then only vendors who have an office in the state will be able to participate in it.
All right. Another question from Principal GDC Handwara is that if a seller has dispatched a product but agrees to the buyer's request for cancellation, okay, so
Mhm.
how can a buyer cancel that order, because there is not any option for cancellation after dispatch?
No, no, after dispatch, that when you receive the order, you just need to cancel, saying that we do not what do you call that? We do not accept the product, right?
Okay. So it has to be done in while generating the CRAC, the accepted
Yeah,
quantity has to be done as 0,
yeah,
and the rejected quantity has to be mentioned as the quantity that you want to receive.
exactly. But
Right.
as far as I remember, there is an option of uh, now GEM gives an option of canceling the order even after it has been dispatched.
Okay. All right. So I hope that answers these questions. That was all, I think. If there is any other question, I think we shall wind up. I don't think there are any other questions. I think we have covered most of it. There were questions about these services and the custom bids. I think we would need another workshop for that. Thank you so much, Mr. Kush. I think you have, I have no words to thank you. The professionalism in which you conduct these workshops is outstanding. I thank you so much. Thank you for your patience. I now request the vote of thanks, the staff member to please present the vote of thanks. If they are online, please, they can unmute and present the vote of thanks.
Before the vote of
Yeah.
thanks, one thing I'll only ask of you, Faisalji, thank you for the praises which you have given me. Also, I would ask you if you can help me out. A similar video to what you had shared with me earlier. Can you ask
Right.
one of the participants today, one or two of them, to share a similar video with
Right.
me or with you, and you can share with me a feedback video? That will be really helpful.
I would request some, and if any participant could record a feedback video regarding today's workshop and share it on the WhatsApp group, or send it to me, or send it to the organizers, so that we can share it the same with the GeM training team. That would be wonderful. I ensure that, sir. No issues. All right.
Hello,
Yes,
hello.
Dr. Tariq Bashir, you may kindly present the vote of thanks.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank our principal, GDC Utrusu, who has been always proactive in organizing such programs, and his guidance always being a very remarkable in organizing such programs. Second, I would like to thank all those participants who participated in this workshop, and without their participation, this could not have been a success, and their questions, their doubts, their confusions, and this created a very wonderful program by asking their questions. Third, I would like to thank Faisal Makbul, and his moderation has been wonderful. He asked to our resource person questions one by one, and in a very nice manner. And last, I would like to, it's my a sincere thanks to our resource person, Mr. Kushtyagi. His exhaustive lecture and a wonderful lecture, sir. It has been amazing to listen you regarding this GeM, and we have a lot of having a lot of confusions and doubts regarding this government e-marketing, as we are heading towards marketing in all matters in all walks of our life. And by explaining each and every point in a detailed manner, and explained in a professional manner, I think uh, those who participated in this workshop, really they got a wonderful knowledge from our resource person, and his way of answering was very nice. And I think everyone amongst us have got that sufficient knowledge to go for this GeM government e-marketing. So I thank you all, and I switch over to moderator to finally conclude this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tariq. Thank you, everyone. I thank each participant for staying with us for such a long time. I hope this workshop has fulfilled its purpose. I thank Dr. Kushtagi, Mr. Kushtagi, from the core of my heart, and I look forward to having more such wonderful workshops in the future. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you, everybody. Thank you. We may please wind. Thank you.